Hyperdrive.
Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, we still have 4 teams in the quarterfinals of various different European competitions. We are, of course, in the Champions League. We have 2 in the Europa, and 1 remains in the Conference League. We had a good youth intake with a potentially usable player. I got recognised in Dunelm yesterday. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta. And stirrups! Oh, that just had a nice cadence to it. Something just felt right. It felt delicious in my insides, you know? Furniture shopper, yes. Literally. Dunelm, yes. It was in the microwave and toaster aisle, no less. Oh my god. Well, that's a start. Holy shit, Jambalaya. Thank you so much for the 10. No, stop it. Thank you, though. That is unbelievably kind of you. Oh, I was thinking Loins too. Bay as well with the 43. I'm a huge fan of Junelm hype. It's good for when we need that spice. They ask you to do this. See, this is the thing. Because this has not happened to me many times, obviously, right? It's a strange one because it's the lesser spotted one-sided like interaction in the sense that usually when you interact with someone, they know who you are and you know who they are, right? But when someone comes up to you and introduces you and stuff like that, and they were very, very kind. But it's always difficult to know how to react because I'm not good at that kind of thing. But so I don't know if there's someone from chat or whether it was someone that watches the YouTube videos, because it was a very, very fast interaction. But thank you so much if you somehow do see this. That was very cool. I'm not entirely sure yet. Lolo. Obviously, we're still going through the whole, not the application process, that's gone through, but like in the UK, you have to go through like references basically and stuff with like a third-party company that does it on behalf of the landlord. It's just the things like to guarantee income, check references of POG's work, shit like that, go over my tax return, basically, just so they can, like, sign off on it, essentially. FAQA Gaming, thank you for the follow. Peter Bread, thank you for the 35 bloody months. Did I miss one in there as well? No, I didn't. We're all good. So, technically, the day... Yeah, basically, POG was so annoyed because she had to provide 3 months of work paperwork, her payslips, the offer for her job initially, which is... She had to try and find that from 8 years ago, and a reference from someone at work, which they then have to phone. And she was so annoyed because all I had to give them was my tax return. I just had to upload a PDF file. Be like, yes, boss. But then, like, at the point I made to POG was like, that's a declaration. That's basically an affidavit is my tax return. So it's got more weight to it because it's literally just like, you know, here it is. Yes, one time self-employed actually worked out on top. That's what you get for having a real job. Damn right. Tax deductible goose plushies. Technically, I didn't have to deduct that because that was given to me by Gaffer, and he was very kind to do so. Like, wait for a work permit in South Africa, really. It's just a weird one, right? Yeah, background change. To be fair, you won't see the background change probably for a little while yet because there'll be like a crossover period. But yeah, so basically, once we've done all the sort of the difficult stuff, let's get off my big face. Particularly so I can do some presents, because that was incredibly nice of you, Jambella. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Also, hey, Brazilian Fury. How's it going, Chris? Once we got all that stuff out of the way, because that's the sort of shit that gives me anxiety, and this is where I've realised that how Pog and I work really well as a team. I'm really good at doing, like, analysis of stuff. I can find you incredible prices and we'll do all the research to get X, Y, and Z. But when it comes to stuff like this, when they're saying we need this, do this, deadline that, my brain just goes to shit, right? So she knows now, because I'm trying to get better at understanding the way that I am, how to behave in those scenarios. So she basically did the things first. That way we knew what to do, and then she was able to guide me through it, and then it took the anxiety off of me. But then when it comes to like trying to find stuff, Pog's like, oh my god, whereas I'm just like, no, we got this. I'm gonna have 75 fucking tabs open. I'm gonna find you the best fridge on Facebook Marketplace, you know? She's... Look at her. Spouting. She's promoting on the fly, chatto. Ever had this? Ooh. Obviously, I have, but only in like meme videos where I was in space. But can we just draw attention to Puck Waterland? Where do I get a player with a name like Puck Waterland? I would quite like him. Is he a regen? That's amazing. It's top tier. Before anyone does it, yes, I'll be looking at Puck Waterland. Save your points. Even just Puck, honestly. We've got Pucko, which just sounds like... Ah, so it's actually Puchko, I realise. Which sounds like a Slovenian name. Or Slovakian name. Slovenian. There you go. But yeah. So yeah, we've kind of got to like the he's not even that bad. The sort of a nice medium ground with stuff like that, basically. But then after that, we were like, right, let's go Cambridge. Let's do some window shopping, essentially. Classic. Oh, he's Dutch. I guess Puck. I've not seen Puck as a first name. That's amazing. I can totally see him being Dutch, though. Like, it just makes total sense when you look at the fact that we've got... Like, we have Jizz van der Water on our team. Buy any windows? No windows were bought, no. We spent a lot of time in B&M. I must admit. They have this entire range of furniture called Tromsø. Oh, my... yeah, it probably got done with the cull, Andrew, I suspect. But yeah, we spent a lot of time in B&M. I've not been in B&M in my entire life, I don't believe. And that was an experience. And I understand now why people like it so much. Because I tell you what, the deals, sensational. I genuinely think I might be able to literally, pretty much, other than the desk, furniture my entire new office with B&M furniture. With B&M shelves and shit like that, because it's so good. Even if it's cheap tat, it's so cheap that it doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Incredible scenes. Yeah, out of interest, since we're here, it'd be rude not to look up Jizz, wouldn't it? Right? Because occasionally we do get some new ones. So bandwidth, it's it is the best I could get, which is looking like Virgin Media, not only in terms of the speeds but also the deal, and the other companies I've never heard of. Is, I believe, 1,000 down, 105 up. So I think we're going to be okay, is my point. I think we might be all right there. Same Virgin Media. Is it decent? Em's parents are with Virgin Media. I've never used Virgin Media before, but they seem to have, you know, as good a reputation as any of the other really big internet companies, you know? So, yeah, that looks to be the one that I'm probably going to go with. It's, I mean, put it this way, I'm currently getting 7 up. And I would rather have a literal can. A literal can of 7 up would be better as far as my internet goes, right? Our box in this state is a bit knackered. Ah, fair enough. I love the fact that not only... This house also has a Wi-Fi booster built into it. Because, again, the previous tenant asked the landlord for one and he went, fuck it. It's got upstairs Ethernet ports. It's... I'm so happy with that one thing. When I saw the upstairs Ethernet ports in the office room, I was just like, it's a match made in heaven, brother. Like, just sign me up now. Chase Elliot's Championship hasn't... Really? It probably won't be this year either. I'll be amazed if he gets there at all. I know he's starting second tonight, but, like, come on now. So, yeah, there wasn't actually so many jizzes as I thought there'd be, honestly. Just the 4. Jizz Dykes, Jizz Gowner, who is the newest of the jizzes. And that's it. Obviously, we've got our own solitary jizz there too. Okay. Was it an extremist house? I don't believe so. Because, you know, when you're looking at, like, gas providers and stuff, you know, you can look and, like, compare the market. And it will give you, like, estimated monthly bills. Because, obviously, it doesn't know your usage, right? But this is the funniest part. It knows the usage for the houses because it gets that data from, like, a third-party company. So I kind of knew the gas usage levels of the previous tenant, right? Bear in mind, this place has a good EPC rating too, so it's not a low-energy, inefficient place. Bro was using 218% more gas than his neighbours. Did he just have the heating on constantly? 218% more than his neighbours. Like, his monthly gas bills were like £250. Like, what? Incredible scenes. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah, I was checking under their cupboards to see if there was hydroponics going down. Mental. But yeah, is the lottery hot? Good question. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, insane. I couldn't believe that, because obviously I was just trying to get some idea of some prices. Oh, I thought his name was Patrick Spermy. That would have been even better, actually. He's cooking everything. Motivational shit on LinkedIn. What about his weed farm? Yeah, I literally nearly had a damn heart attack when I saw that, because I was looking at average monthly bills, and it was like, oh yeah, this will cost you on average £290 a month. I'm like, sorry, what now? So then I actually looked on Octopus's website, and they were like, no, it'll be about 100. And I'm like, for gas and electricity, I'm like, that seems all right. Crazy. Yeah, a month. That's how much he was spending. Electricity was like totally normal. It was like £47 or something. But then gas was £238 a month on gas was his gas bill. He was spending £2,800 a year on gas. Heating turned on to keep. Well, maybe he was a spicy content creator. Who knows? I didn't find any like lube on the floor or nothing, but that's just life, isn't it? Yeah, I refund your points for that. So for those who missed it, we got a youth intake last stream, and we actually got a player in it that's worth showing. Bryson Jumpers in black. Oh, mate, you should have seen me in the blanket aisle at B&M yesterday. I found some stuff, mate. I'm gonna be blanketing it up. Like things like fridge freezer, because obviously white goods is like, well, actually not white goods. We've got it. Well, some white goods. Basically, I just need a fridge freezer. There's already a washing machine at this place, which is dope. But I am gonna have to find a fridge freezer. Luckily, Facebook Marketplace is such a godsend for things like fridge freezers, especially because there's less scams in the fridge freezer stuff, and people just always have to get rid of those when they get new ones because you don't need to. So that's kind of useful. I should be able to pick up a fridge freezer for like 30 quid, probably, maybe even 50 if I want to get a decent one, which is solid. Glow in the dark T-Rex bedspreads in Dunham. No, I did see the Disney Princess one, and Prog wouldn't let me buy it, which is a shame. Hello, Bente. Rather 22 period. No. This was 2024 July. They get these numbers from a special company that actually somehow gets the direct numbers from the gas companies, which is intriguing. It's certainly something to look out for, I would say, yeah, for sure. But yeah, really, really interesting. Bampok, I know! Absolute crazy behaviour. The one thing I am going to struggle to find, though, is things like sofas. Because British Heart Foundation is pretty much the king for this kind of stuff. Because sofas... Why am I paying the price of my car for a sofa? It's just... Yeah. Oliver Watmouth. No. I mean, that means that it's in the database, right? Or is it? I mean, he probably would have been at the start of the save, I suppose, but he obviously clearly isn't anymore. Yeah, so this was the guy we got in our youth intake. Part of me does worry that there is this potential chance that we are genning players with the highest CA possible because of our incredible facilities, but no PA still. I'm hoping that's not the case, but that is always the worry with things like this, where we might see some players that come through and look kind of good, but then have no room to improve. Hopefully that's not the one. Good loan farming. Oh, yeah, I mean, like, there's no reason not to. By the way, right, I obviously put in contracts for all these players to sign them up. He wanted $5,000 a week at 15. All the others wanted free, like, youth contracts, basically. No money, or £55 a week youth contracts. This guy wanted $5,000 a week at 15. Which does make me think that there might be something there when it was so above beyond what I've ever had a youth player want, basically. Icy X, thank you for the 45 bloody months. Well, he's fickle, but fickle's all right. We've got Babasi and he's fickle. Big contract, they are a bit of a good sign, I would say. But it's certainly... And I've obviously signed up everybody minus these three fellas at the bottom. Not because they're any worse, just because I got bored of offering them contracts. So I've literally not gone any days since the last stream. So which means we don't have any draws for the next round of the other tournaments. We obviously know our draw. It's Bayern Munich, I believe. I mean, it's not actually been drawn yet, but we know that it is in fact Bayern Munich. But the others don't get theirs until the 17th. I had a little look before stream today just to see if there was any updates on that kind of stuff. But no, we're all right on that one for the moment. Now qualified as homegrown. I love that. After being at Sirens for over 3 years. I mean, Bro came through the youth intake yesterday, which means he has to have been here since he was 12. Where was he born out of interest? Oh, he was born in Pech, wasn't he? Of course, yeah. Right. Bit of Ahmat. Well, it'd be nice to actually do some scouting again today. Oh, that guy. This guy's lost a lot of energy, it would seem. Most of these guys are... Ooh, that guy fell off hard. Oh, wait, hang on. What are you doing, man? Oh, no, hang on. He's fallen off the bottom. That's a shame. That Romanian guy looked like he might have a bit about him, but 21 now, I guess. Right, rest of you. Most of these guys are actually worth a little looky, I think. Yeah, there's only a few guys in here, including some Brazilians, actually. But that was that guy. There's some players in here. Okay, we've actually got some. I mean, you're a Liverpool player, so that's off the books. You're at Nantes, so you're £50 million, so that's obviously off the charts. You're a player we kept an eye on for not for no apparent reason, because he was on the Malta list, I think. Anyway, Morian, thank you for the 33 months.
For once I am not player FM. I will be watching F1 quali.
That's so annoying that that's today. I got all ready to watch it yesterday, and then it just wasn't there. And then I was like, oh, good, they've put it during stream. That's fantastic timing. So you guys will have to keep me posted on what's going on with that one. So there's Ronaldo there, but we already said no to him because he was like 10 million quid. Most of these guys look... let's just look at Noah Tant. Let's look at him again. What's the injury? Okay, that's fine. I do still worry about this dude because he's well-rounded and he's 17. He's played a lot of games for Basel's under-21s. 11.5 million quid. He is unflappable, but he is injury-prone, albeit only orange. Low leadership. I want to scout him a little bit more because I don't believe that he's going to maintain those stars. I'm going to send him around again because I think this is the first time he's been fully scouted, but it's 11 million quid. That's the tough part. This guy's also the same level of injury pro, but he's a lot cheaper. Crumpy Wompy is a face in the game, yes. Annoyingly. It makes me immensely, not dislike, but like, it makes me enjoy a player less when they are a face in the game. And they suddenly turn out really good, because it's like, wow, imagine my surprise, you know? Red and orange. So basically, the severity of the con, basically, a lot of the cons, James, are caused by hidden attributes, which are essentially attributes that we can't see. But they're ranked between 1 and 20 in the same way that the attributes you see here are. So things like injury proneness, for example, is ranked between 1 and 20. So the darker the red is, the worse the injury proneness is. So the higher the number. So 20 injury prone would be dark red. The same with adaptability, right? That's another hidden attribute. So the worse his adaptability, the darker the red is. So the higher, or the lower the number in that case. Things like intelligence, I'm not really entirely sure what that directly relates to. That just means he can't speak the language. And obviously heading, because he's only got 4 heading, that's sort of something we could see anyway. Not looking forward to it. I kind of am, but I'm also like just minorly worried about it at the same time. Oh yeah, Crumpy Wompy has at least managed to sort of earn himself back a little bit in my book, just by being Crumpy Wompy in many ways, and having that lovely season last year. But that's essentially what the cons do and how they work. He's stupid. That's true, yeah. Just falls over a lot. Just decisions. It could be. That would explain why it's... It's weird that it directly says heading, but with intelligence, it's like, well, actually, maybe intelligence is like a combination of 2 different ones, potentially. Yeah, you're more likely to rent a bad jet ski. Potentially, anyway. Isn't a green inverse. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. I guess, if I was to look at this from a realism / I'm a developer standpoint with injury proneness, because the way I think it only shows you injury proneness if it's over 10, like 11 or over, I think, and that's when you get the beginnings of the orange, right? The absence of injuries isn't necessarily a plus. I think it's one of those things that can only really have a negative, I guess, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're sort of trying to prove a negative, I guess. So, yeah. Availability, I suppose. Yeah. Sorry, if you want to find face in the game players, literally just type in excuse me, the word face in the game like that, without any spaces in it, and it will show you a big list of them. Don't be surprised when you realize that almost every player at the big clubs is face in the game. It's best ability is availability. True, but I actually don't know if that's the case, Skippy. Bear in mind, that thing is part of the skin that Saz made specifically and is not directly tied to anything in the game. Well, it is tied to things in the game, but only because Saz decided that it would be. I don't believe that's actually, those two have any correlation, but I might be wrong about that. Wait, just let me do that. Oh, no, that's not our guy, is it? But, like, when you look at these names, look at how many of these face in the game players are just all these big clubs. Just full of them. Yeah, Woolaway was the guy that we had as well. We loaned it. Well, we sold him to Bars for like 40 million quid. Got Louis Walsh here. Mark Vaughan, who's one I see all the time. There's just a few that pop up constantly. Alan Skinner, obviously. There's Ian Furno, but obviously Ian Furno isn't the face in the game. He's one of the Patreon regens. But wait, Tabakaru is as well. For God's sake, man. It just makes me sad that even Taba is a face in the game player. Bastard. A lot of them. I don't know what to do with these guys. So, yeah, a lot of the good Romanians always seem to be. Like, I think, wasn't Karpanu one, and Mihailicu, and the Donut was also one, wasn't he? It feels like every good Romanian player we've ever had in FM has been a face in the game player. Which is stupid to me, because that also does imply that there is something going on with them, that they make them better than normal, because I know they come through at big clubs, but then why is it always them that are good? I would literally pay to not have them in it. If they had an option that said pay to get rid of them, I would take it. Facing the game stem from? I actually don't know. It's just what they call them. There used to be just like a couple of them, but it was like Freddie Sands is the city keeper, isn't he? Or he was. Is he another face in the game? I assume he is. I'm not entirely sure where the name comes from. It's been like that for a while, though. I don't know how long you've been able to search for them, but basically it was competition winners, developers, members of the community, and then they just started inflating it so much. At this stage, I'm actually kind of disappointed I don't have one. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just like, at this stage, why not? Another one day, yep, absolutely. I'm working. It's just with things with the house and stuff at the moment. It's just been tough to work on stuff like that. Like I spent all of Friday basically sorting out stuff for this house. Wednesday I was looking at the house, so it's just been a bit tough to do stuff like that. But obviously I'm going to need to get back on it, and I will be. But yeah, I'm sure you can understand that it's a bit. As anyone who's ever moved house know how like turmoil it is as far as like getting anything done, right? Just to be honest, I said no because yeah, but I could have signed you, Daz. I'd have done that any day. Yeah, he's on the shortlist. We'll send him around again for another look as well. But I think I'd pretty willing to sign him. This guy, though, he's so unnecessary. He's so unnecessary. They did a competition. Nah. Oh, honestly, I wouldn't. If it was a competition, I wouldn't. This sounds kind of stupid. If I was being given one for a reason, I think I would accept it. But I wouldn't want it to be meaningless, I guess, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't want to win in a competition and just have it thrown in there because of that. I think if I was to be given one and there was a reason for it, then I would maybe accept it. Well, I think I probably would at that stage. But, like, do you know what I mean? I mean, technically, I could get one because I do have the FMFC account. I had to play versus mode. Why is that a thing, by the way? Yeah, it's the... I just don't know if I want to waste 25 million quid on him. I will keep an eye on him, though, just in case anyone else comes sniffing. It's almost like there must be a reason why he's not been picked up by anyone else in the same period. Or it's just that happens quite a lot in the 7, in fairness. Jacob Strum. He's just very mid. And I don't know if he'd even be good enough for the loan farm. You're quite expensive. You're also 16. 6'4" with 11 jumping reach is very low. I know he's young. You're a bit overpriced, no matter... Yassine Mansouri, you're very expensive, actually. You're not bad, but we could find much better for cheaper in, like, Colombia. Robert Doritza. Like a non-scouted shortlist with them on, update each year, so I know and never sign them. True. The problem with that is you would end up in a situation in most saves where, as I just showed you, the top sides are dominated by them, which means you would be even more worse off because of how many of the ones that I've got, for example, without even trying to, would end up at those teams as well. And I think one thing I will say, though, is doing a save like that would be a way of introducing some sort of artificial levels of increased difficulty in FM, at least. So perhaps there's an option there. With Master Scala. Yeah, the moment he came through at City, we did scout him initially because he came through a recruitment focus, but he was always well above our price range because he was actually clearly fairly good. He's got 16 England caps in this one as well, I believe. Buttervec. Also, when it comes to looking at the whole situation we've got with the DM, where obviously because I sold Janilson, we don't really have an obvious backup for Octavio. What I think is likely to happen is that Lucas Carlson will at some point, probably within the next year or two, decide to cancel his loan at Sweetie, because that's just what they seem to do around about 26. And I think he would be pretty solid The one thing he doesn't have is his work rate isn't maybe quite as high as I'd want it. 14 is all right, though. But he's pretty solid. And he's a model citizen. In fact, he's 26. I could see him literally turning down a loan extension this time around. Or next summer, in fact. He would certainly do the trick. Unflappable model citizen. 3.5 stars in our current team. He's got one more year at Sweetie. I think next summer he probably comes back. Most of them I've seen it go up. I don't know, actually. I rarely have a focus on it, but the best way to look would be to find like a centre-back that has developed. Someone like Guthmanson. Has he always had 20 jumping reach, actually? Jumping reach tends not to improve that much. But I guess we're going to find out. Actually, tell you what. I take that back. His jumping reach has gone up by 4. Remember to do. I feel like you can't really do FM without doing some kind of scouting, right? But it is very complex. It's actually, I say that. It's about as complex or as simple as you want it to be. But in order to get really good results, you do have to put the legwork in. It's the one area of the game where I do. +5. Yeah, no, I mean, this guy's +4. So actually, that would explain why that just sort of came out. No, do you know what? There's another player I bet you that's got quite a good jumping reach increase, and that's Reynoso. Because I don't remember when I looked at him when I signed him thinking, oh, this guy's great in the air, but he has 17 jumping reach now, and I bet you his has gone up by at least 3. Literally 3. There you go. What the fuck? What happened there? Did bro like have a growth spurt? That was right after he signed for us. Like within. Also, I love that it says 61 here. So this is 10 years into the future. That's amazing. He just got this little bump here and then slowly he's on the roids, yeah. Oh, you're right, true. That was when he was very young at that point, I suppose. So I guess it is just a case of literally the game decided that he'd grown a bit and thus his jumping reach had just went oop. I didn't, James. What happened with the board? God, just looking at his improvements. He's just become such a sensational footballer. I am a bit worried about his place in the team, though, especially when you consider the fact that the board consider Maximiliano Moser as our key player. That's how much he's taken over this season due to the injuries and general lack of form from Reynoso, that Moser has actually become the guy. Well, Tavio was the one that had the late developer insanity. He basically hasn't developed since. I think basically it's almost like when he got that late developer bump, it was like the game used whatever PA he had left and just went fill in the gaps with it. That almost feels like what the late developer mechanic is supposed to do. It's just I've never seen it quite work quite so emphatically as that, I suppose. It's absolutely insane. So we'll have a look, actually. We can see his comparison. You'll be able to see it before and after, because it won't take you much looking and investigating to see exactly where the increase occurred. I never get tired of showing this guy. Like, look at this. So yeah, all time. This was the this is when he got the late developer bump here. Since it looks even more dumb when you see it in context, doesn't it? And you'll notice that he actually has continued improving, but it seems to be that the areas that he's continued improving have been in things that didn't get the bump, right? You're right, they are correct on Otavio. It's a good concept, but it definitely needs some tweaks because, as you say, that shouldn't happen over the course of a month. Like, let me just isolate some of the big ones. So, for example, actually, weirdly, his long throws just have been improving a lot, regardless, which is insane. Let me try and isolate some of the crazy ones. There's a few 4s in there, too, which actually did get some improvements. Yes, the thing is, Steve, I don't know whether that's just something Saz put in the skin or whether that's actually what the game considers to be intelligence. So there's 8 long throws there. It's composure, for example. He had 7 composure and now he has 16 composure because he got a 3-point composure bump in a single month, which again, no matter how much you're a late developer, that should not happen as fast as that, basically. There's just no way. They do need to tweak that slightly. Concentration, actually, that didn't get hit by it at all. Decisions didn't get hit by it either. Won't sign him regardless. Doesn't let big matches straight. How much? Because remember, there's a difference between 11 doesn't like big matches and 12 and 20 doesn't like big matches. So dark red doesn't like big matches is an issue. Slightly on the orange side, I would say you're losing out on a lot of players by doing that. To give you an idea, one of the best players on our team has probably got like 11 or 12, and it doesn't really affect him, I would say. So there's, yeah, composure, he got a little bump. It was vision, though. Vision was the one. Leadership got a little bump. I say a little bump, but it's still 3 points, right? It's vision. The only way that you could explain this, even like with law would be to say that he got LASIK. 11 to 16 in the course of a single month. That is not... They have got to, like, stagger that in a little bit, you know? That's the worst. That's the most outrageous one. It's radioactive spider, yeah. Positioning... Oh, no, positioning's fine, actually. Was it balance? Did he get a bit of balance? He did get a little bump in balance there, too, actually. Just the one. Strength? Nope, no strength boost. I just want to isolate which one's actually got decent bumps. So crossing weirdly got a bump as well. Ayahuasca. Have you tried DMT? Just have it occur over the course. If you're going to say he's a late developer, have it occur, obviously in fast development, but have it be like over like a 5-6 month period or something, right? That's... Yeah, that's the hilarious thing, right? No work rate increase. You think that would be the one thing that maybe would help him there, but it's interesting. But yes, so keep an eye out on players of yours that are around 26 and a half years old. Because you might get some reports on them, and if you see some weird shit, keep an eye on their development screen, because you might see something like that. That's the only one I've seen so far, but it might just be that we've never had any other players hit it. The only other player that we had that became a late developer was Jozanovic, but I think he was already maxed out, basically, when it gave him that anyway. Do you reckon they might have to cancel qualifying again? Or are they even getting any laps in? Right. So yeah, as for the other teams, we've got 4 teams in Europe still, which is amazing. We don't know their draws yet, so that's the other thing that could potentially cost us. But it's incredible that we're still potentially losing ground this year. I did bump at Dinamo, didn't he? No, Jozanovic was like 23 when we signed him, so he couldn't have got his bump before then. The bump doesn't occur until you're 26, 27. And he didn't have the moniker of late developer until he was with us. I'm excited to watch the race later, provided there is actually a race and we don't get Spa from a few years ago kind of shenanigans. That would suck. Reynoso's back in, apparently. All right. I will put Silver Salamander back in. I really want to give him a run of games now. Not sure at whose expense, honestly, because they don't deserve to be dropped. 2 yellow sectors after 10 seconds. Oh, good lord. I mean, are they actually going to finish that quali? I feel like Maldonado. Where's Hajarowan? Ah, we'll leave him for the moment. He must be around there somewhere. Oh, no, I would love that. But let's be honest. No amount of qualifying conditions is going to make Zhou qualify anywhere but the back row, probably. Unless there's, like, grid penalties. He seems so far off it at the moment. Or certainly did in the sprint, right? Oh, no, in sprint qualifying. Sprint qualifying, which I was able to watch. I missed the sprint yesterday because obviously I was in Dunelm. Not really on purpose, Raphael. It sort of came about because obviously we were playing Moser as the rotation striker, so he was getting a lot of game time in that period, and he was actually scoring at quite a decent rate. But then Reynoso picked up a thigh tear and missed 3 months of the season, so he's only just really come back to being fit again. And you can see his numbers aren't actually that amazing this season either, which really doesn't help. Did Moser miss another penalty? The one thing Moser does do is miss a lot of penalties, I will say. Now, I haven't actually played versus mode since the last time we did this, which means it's not going to be fucked up. Hello, Fonseca. So if you look at XG, Reynoso is underperforming here, whereas Moser's overdoing it. And finally, it's about time, actually, really. Hajarowan is still only hitting his numbers. Oh, no, Reynoso is overperforming. Never mind. He's getting back into it now. He just had a slow start to the year, basically. He's not sharp enough yet. He'll be fine, but it is definitely a conversation that needs to be had soon, because Moser is not shying away from putting up good numbers. He's nearly got as many goals this season as Reynoso did in the whole of last year. Reynoso banged 29 last year on our way to the Champions League win, and that was without any injuries. This year, obviously he's had injuries, but it's the fact that Moser is starting to put up similar numbers to him, which, yeah. That's true. I blame Hadrian again. What is Moser's record from penalties this year isn't even that bad. It just looks bad because of the way that it was. He's literally missed 4 out of 10. Sorry, 4 out of 11, which is still worse than it should be because it's, I believe, around 78% is the average. If he'd scored one more, but he has taken 11 penalties this year, but he has scored the only one he took in the Champions League for us. So in fairness, 7 of his 20 goals came from the spot. Well, this is the thing. I really want to make a decision about Moser once we see what happens when he turns 22, because we don't know his big matches, and that is seriously a huge consideration that has to be made for us. Pen stat could be low. I mean, with the greatest of respect, that is the first thing that we looked at. He has 17 penalties. He also has high composure, high finishing, and no signs that his pressure attribute would be affected by that. Basically, when he was missing them at the rate that he was, there was simply no reason for it. He has improved a lot since then. In fact, that penalty there was the first pen he's missed in a long time, but it was just kind of funny. We think it's just FM being FM for whatever reason. It's pretty shit, isn't it, in the league? Though I must admit, he has scored 5 in a row in the league before the one he missed. He just missed 4 in a row. You think that's bad? You should see his stats from last year. It was legitimately awful. And that's another point. Remember, the reason we're getting so many penalties, especially in the league, is because of the reppy roll penalties that we get. All of a sudden penalties. Yeah, the thing is, though, it's not over just this season, Raphael. That's what makes it weird. He was worse last year. What was his stat last year? He took 7 penalties last year and scored 2 of them. Wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, and he also missed one in a friendly. So he actually missed 8 penalties. He missed 6 of his 8 penalties last year. What's he been like this year in non-competitive average? So he scored a very non-competitive. He has improved this year. But it is just weird how much it shouldn't be as bad as that. When you look at someone like Lahovy, who, generally speaking, was our penalty taker prior to this, and Kravets as well. And they almost never seem to miss them. Or it's just that they miss them... They never missed them in a row, I think is what it is. I think the only reason we were even drawn attention to this is because it kept showing up in the games we were skipping. Maybe it's an Argentine thing, hey, maybe. Hello, Con, how's it going, man? So we've got lots of contracts being signed here. But yeah, it was our first thought, but the reason I keep him on them, by the way, is as well because there's no reason why he shouldn't be good at them based on all those attributes, and I just kind of want to see how far the game's going to push it, really. Penalty success of the Argentina national team. What, you think it's because he's Argentine? Racismo. There we go. So top players. Strikers. Wait, hang on, sorry. Who are you? While we're, just out of interest, while we're here, this guy's not played a single match for a club team, yet he's in the Argentina national squad. So we will be scouting him. I like to believe he's taking them all like Adamola Lookman that time. Wait, another guy in the national team who hasn't got a single... Alright, Argentina do in fact be Argentinaing again, don't they? Do I have to like sort by caps here? This guy's not taken any pens. Damien Guevara, no pens taken. Also, he's 25, but still worth a look, right? Galan. He has at least played. We at least know what he's like. David Ramirez, no penalties taken. Does anyone even take penalties for Argentina? That guy's never taken a penalty before either. We kind of want guys that play in Europe, really. Maldonado, has he ever taken one? No. I think Argentina might miss another World Cup if they carry on like this. Lucio Cano. Have they got like a penalty taker in their squad at all? Perez maybe it's the wet. It's doing something to him. Marini? Yeah, it's just not information that's sort of presenting itself to us very easily here, it seems. That's true. Maybe they just don't get any penalties. It might just be the lack of stats being tracked for certain competitions that they're in. So varied. Bear in mind, the thing I was just showing, those stars were not their ability stars. That's their world reputation. So... the younger players will obviously, generally speaking, will have lower world reputation. It's because this screen constantly gets balked because of me having to use versus mode to play in Steve's match of the delay. So it just randomly removes loads of columns from these screens, and it is the most infuriating thing. So if I was to add potential back in, obviously we don't know the potential of these guys, but I will get it now, actually, for anyone who isn't already being scouted. I just hate having to add it back every single time. I will, tomorrow, go through and actually make exported views. Modric is our head of youth development. Red flag, no way. Who's crashed? I assume it's a crash. Or have they just flagged it because of the rain? I feel sorry for the fans. The amount of bin bags going around must be insane. So our draw's on the same day as the other, so we'll find out who they're playing. I wonder if actually having one of them draw each other in the Europa League might not be the worst thing in the world, because it would guarantee us points, but then also, there's also the chance of them getting some good draws. Qualifying both Mercedes. Oh, hey, maybe me shitting on him just then, he's actually going to put that green dustbin somewhere it doesn't deserve to be. It's a Colapinto. Oh, wow. I've just realized I could literally just put this on the TV. For some reason, I don't know why it didn't occur to me that I could literally just put qualifying on the television behind me. Un momento, chat. Let me make sure it's on the right Wi-Fi. Don't want to disrupt stream. Why is it taking so long? Anyway, I'll let that do its thing in a minute. That's just me just asking you to tell me when I could literally just put it on the TV behind me. Why is it not loading? Come on. There we go. Good head. He's great. Well, I say great. Basically, he's decent in terms of his attributes, but what he really has is model citizen. That is what we actually want, because he's got insanely high professionalism, and that's what it's one of the few things that your head of youth development, beyond the positions they have in their tactic, could really influence about your youth intakes. So getting a model citizen head of youth development is imperative. There we go. Just make sure this is on the right Wi-Fi. Yep, cool. Right, let's find it. Don't mind me, just put that on mute. There we go. Sky Sports F1. Cool. One crash over. Oh, so it was Colapinto then? You're right, so Sonoda is actually half a second clear of the field. Love that. Yeah, the only two things you should really care about when it comes to Hoyds are the formation they play and their personality. Because that's the only two things that they can really impart upon the players that you're coming through. That's the effect they can have. So the reason we choose model citizens is because we're at a stage where we can, but you're not always going to be able to find a model citizen youth head of youth intake, because they are kind of rare. So what you want is, yeah, bear in mind, we basically chose him because it was Modric, and he had that, and we weren't super fussed about this. We were more interested in the personalities, because as long as he brings through strikers, like, this is not really the good system, honestly. This is not a particularly suitable system for us. So it might be worth actually looking for some other head of youth development, potentially. But, you know, it's Luca. We like Luca. But maybe it is now a time to see if we can find a head that is slightly more suitable for us. At some point, I might have to actually freshen this up again as well, because we are losing coaches hand over fist. Right, staff. So we want... is that under... No, it's not, is it? It's under coaching. Hoity. There we go. Yeah, it do in fact be coming down. Right. Hoyd filter. At this stage, I might as well just add in model citizen. No. Yeah, just to clarify, it doesn't have to be model citizen. That's what I'm saying. But the reason we go to model citizen is because it is, generally speaking, considered the best personality you can have. So you might as well have the best, because it's going to have high professionalism in the same way that others will too. But there are less of them. So model professional is fine. What you're looking for, the only attribute that matters is professionalism. But model professional is one of them. Sorry, model citizen, model professional, fairly professional, very professional, all those things, resolute driven, those will all be absolutely fine. But if you can find a guy who's got the right formation and has model citizen, then you may as well just get him, because then you get the best of both worlds. But the only attribute that purely matters is professionalism. But you can't see that information, obviously. So the best way you can work that out is with their personality or their media handling style. It's harder with media handling style, but unflappable, for example, is one you want. So, what am I looking for here? I am looking for his personality, not his that. We'll just see if there are any. It's pretty, like, there's a few professionals. Model citizen. So they've got a few. There's 8 of them. See if there's any systems that suit us better. Potentially. Because it really doesn't matter how good he is at his job. 4-3-3. There's a guy with a back five here. Honestly, someone like Trevor Mikita might actually be better in many ways. Damn! Thank you for the 8 months.
You make me jealous. You look good with absolutely zero effort. Hee. In other news, I played in a 90 minutes game against the Tuck's first team ladies. We won 4-1 and I don't know what to think.
Hey, good for you, man. Also, that's very kind of you, but very untrue. I feel rubbish today, right? Outspoken, though. Nothing wrong with outspoken. Outspoken, evasive, unflappable. Those are all things you want. Like, outspoken doesn't really matter too much. It's evasive and unflappable are the ones that you want. That will indicate high professionalism, basically. But model citizen's doing the lifting here. I don't know if I can be asked to change it. I don't think it matters too much. Professional. Bear in mind, in order to have unflappable, I think you still need to have high professionalism in order to get that style as well. Model citizen with win backs. Yeah, I might consider him, honestly. It's annoying that he's not better as well. I do like it when they're just kind of better as well, even though it really makes no difference. I'm not even sure what the working with youngsters attribute actually does. Like, obviously you can hover over and it will tell you, but what I mean is what it does in practice. Because there's a lot of things that do stuff that don't do stuff, you know? Look, bonita. Oh, I feel bonita. Become staff. We have already looked through them all. As in, I went through the entire list after they retired, because you can see the whole list. Because they stay on the search thing, which is awesome. And we went through every single one of them that had become staff and tried to either sign them or not, basically. So we've already technically done that exact thing. Randy Numbers! Thank you very much for the 29 months. That's very kind of you, friend. Hope you're having a fabulous day. We might as well watch it, but we know who we're going to get anyway. It's going to be Bayern. Because, God forbid, we have any kind of randomness in this game. And then I believe after that, it's whoever plays Man City. Sorry, not... Ooh. After that, it's the winner of the Man City-Man United tie. Also, they're back in the pit lane again. Sorry, back in, like, the actual... Fair. Purpose to even serve. I don't think it really serves purpose at all. So let's see. This is going to be Man United versus Man City. Wait, not Bayern? Wait, was it not Bayern? Who was it I was thinking of then? Because I knew that. Maybe it's not Bayern then. Oh, of course it was. Sorry, my bad. It was last year that we got Bayern. I'm an idiot. So yeah, it's still predetermined. I just forgot what the predetermination was. Because it was Benfica versus... who did they play in the last round? They knocked out someone we were expecting to play. Yeah, we were expecting to play Atletico. But it's actually going to be Benfica, which should be okay. We got the B right, exactly. We can skip that because we know it's going to be Man City, Man United. What we do know, though, as well... That's going to be tough. I really hope we get Man United because I want revenge on them. I'm desperate for it. Should we drop a tie? Wait, we have a second tie guy? That we do. He's nowhere near as good as Hajarowan, but he does exist. Right. Let me go to the 18th and we can check on the draws of the Europa League and Conference League because that's actually super important. Arguably more important than whatever we do. Cortege is not getting game time at Sleeman now again, and it's such a toughie trying to find him a loan move where he'll actually play no matter what squad status we assign for him. It's annoying as well with Yanone. They're just not playing him either, despite having important player. I just thought at that level, if they were willing to offer him that, they've basically done to me what I do to other teams when I take loans, in fairness. Bit M25. Wow, the spray, man. That's insane. I don't know how you can even see anything. I've just had to drink from a bottle with a lid on. Let's check Europa. Right, Europa League. Gudja Milan, Tarshin Brighton. As if Chelsea are in the Europa League again. I mean, were they even able to get Midtjylland? One of them could have, right? Sign someone recall player. Even if we signed someone, it wouldn't matter because we wouldn't be able to sign them until the summer anyway, so he'd still be stuck with the rest of the season. I don't think there's a lot we can do other than just wait for the end of the year. Yeah, no, Tarshin have been cooking. How do you know your Champions League draw? So basically, once you get to the quarterfinal draw, once that's drawn out... Is it the quarterfinal draw? I think it is, right? Once the quarterfinal has been drawn... it will obviously have... Is it quarterfinal? No, this is round of 16. Once the round of 16 has been drawn, you will have 8 ties, right? Ashby, thank you very much for the follow. If you are drawn, just as a hypothetical example, if you are drawn into the first tie of the round of 16, you are guaranteed in FM, because of the way this is done, to play the winner of the second tie, right? And if you were to progress through that, you would play the winner of the third and fourth tie, because FM has 0 randomness after the round of 16 with the Champions League draws. It's so stupid, and I wish they would change it, and it's so crazy that it's even in the game. Yes, we do still have a team in the Europa Conference League as well, and that team is Balzan Youth, who are playing Sturm Graz. Not the best draw, but also Austrian teams have... Okay, they have kind of cooked a bit this year. Not actually done the best in Europe. It's basically just a bracket at the back end, yeah. Which is really annoying because it's just like so unnecessary. Just have it be random like it should be. But yeah, so they're all through, obviously. But I do have a horrible feeling we might well be losing all 3 of them. at the quarterfinal stage, which could cost us a lot of points. I feel like Gudja could have got a better draw there, because they would have been on the good side of the draw, so they potentially could have drawn someone like Sirens Zvezda or Midtjylland. But that's life, innit? Same as... I believe it is. But because we don't see those, we don't witness those draws, and sometimes when it shows you the draws here, they're not always in order of which they were drawn out, I find. But you're right, from here, it will definitely be. So Midtjylland and... You see here that is now set up correctly. Though what it does mean is that there's no way that Gudja and Tarshin could play each other until the final. So, I'm just saying. Also, to give you an idea of Benfica's quality, they weren't even in the Champions League last season. So that's who we're up against in the quarterfinals here. This should be very comfortable. And I'm glad, because obviously the quarterfinals is usually the toughest round for us because of that game in the middle. Oh, an all-Malteser final of a different competition. That, as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, Law Masters of Building a Nation, has never happened in a Building a Nation. What will we do if Malta reaches all 3 finals? What will we need to do? We watch the finals. But I don't believe we've ever had an all-Maltese final in any competition. As much as I would love that. However, obviously it would never happen in the Europa Conference League, because once you get to this stage, you'd never get more than one team in it anyway. It's the only chance it could have happened would have been in the Europa League. Or multiple. Well, I don't think it's ever happened in any of the saves, like as an all Hungarian final. Like the one save it could have happened, it would have been the MCK save, because we had like 27 finalists in that save, but I don't believe it ever happened, because Europa League was still relatively tough. We only had a few winners of that. I think we ended up with like 6 or 7 Conference League winners in that save, didn't we? Could happen in the Champions League. I mean, if it happened in the Champions League, that would be insane. I'm pretty certain in the history of all the Building a Nation saves, we've never had a team get past. We've only ever had a team get to the semis once. We're semi-seeded. Are they really? Really? That does sound like a very UEFA thing to do, to be fair. And that was Dundalk. Dundalk did once get to... Wait, Germany? Oh, wait, you hadn't got a cap yet? That actually kind of shocks me. Fair enough, Hansi. I just assumed he had caps years ago. I guess Germany is kind of stacked. Yeah, it means that someone was keeping it, or they just weren't picking him because of like form and he wasn't playing, but he was playing a decent amount, I would have thought. Oh, good, it's that cup semi-final game. So weird. 1st February till the 31st. Is it really? Okay, that's something we'll have to pay attention to then, because that does matter when it comes to Building a Nation saves. The things like that, anyway. I just typed in German, but that should hopefully come out. Oh, he's got German in his name. Good for you. Ole Werner is the German manager right now. We haven't done managers for national teams for a while. It's just annoying as fuck to do it. Oh no, we can do it that other screen now, can't we? Never played before the final. I hate that. Like, it just feels like everything is just being stacked further and further against smaller teams in it, right? So actually, it's the Real Madrid guy. It's Jonas Amschler. And do you know what? I kind of don't blame him. Because Jonas Amschler, despite his lack of tackling, much like Hansi, is very good. That being said, there will be space soon. Is it insane? Oh, my life, yeah. I love that Sonoda's still out front. Was that because he set a lap before this? Or... And Joe is still bottom. Good God. The grid for this race later is going to be so batshit. And I kind of hope that it is still a wet race later, but not, like, ridiculous, you know? Changeable conditions for me make F1 really interesting, but not when it's just like complete, tempests. There's no point there. Okay. Yeah, we got 93 players missing for this Balsan Youth game, by the way. Heavier than this. What, do you reckon it will just be them running around behind the safety car for the entire race and then just binning it off then? That would kind of suck. It's 5 o'clock the race starts, right? Oh, I'll just hang around for a bit and then watch the Martinsville. How was that in Q1? Yeah, it's looking like it, doesn't it? Lawson's sort of struggling compared to Tsunoda as well. Oh, Verstappen's losing lap times. Okay. Not when... Oh, it's even better then, yeah. When it goes from dry to wet and you're actually seeing tire compound from wet to dry changes, then we're talking. I just like chaos, right? I'd much rather have F1 be that kind of chaotic than, than every single corner just being arguing over who pushed someone off the track because they can't keep their car on the road. That sort of stuff lately has just been making me kind of lose interest in F1. It's just so boring. There's lots of market. Oh, no, absolutely not. But, like, it's just interesting. Oh, that's not ideal. With a the lesser spotted 5-strop strategy. Oh, you know he actually got his cap, though. That's good, at least. It shows he's being recognised at the international level. I just wish that Zabar would play him a little bit more. Because it's crazy to me that they're not. He feels like the kind of guy that could blow up here if he just gets given the chance. I don't know who half these teams are. I think it's because I went through Africa again and added a load of new ones in. Probably should look at those, actually. While we're here. Norris now 16th. I'll tell you what, Norris going out here would be... Is Norris still putting a lap in, though? Although he's actually behind his own time right now. Okay. I must admit, I'm a little bit behind you, it seems. Right. Whew. Right. Yeah, I'm still watching Norris come around like... He's at like 1 minute 6 now. Right, we want this one. .14th. Bloody hell. Wow, Albon's just gone pole. Well, pole in Q1 anyway. Right, just... Oh, actually, we've got some of the Russian guys here. Which, wait a second, let me just add that up a little bit more. Just in case it does add any more players in, because sometimes it does. There's a few in there, but most of them don't look that good. That would be funny as fuck if it was the same one, yeah. Oh. Jesus, just goes half a second clear of the entire field. Right. To be fair, we do actually have a decent amount of players available for this game. It's just, it feels worse than it actually is. To be fair, Albon does tend to do quite well in the wet. Right. Yeah, I'll do. I just hate the... This is the cup with the international day, yeah, so we've got 93 players on international duty still, but we've still got to play the cup semi-final. Luckily, the majority of the players actually managed to get back. So you tend to end up with either a few guys that are first teamers, but then you end up with like a smattering of players missing, and then guys that are like half fit. So Reynoso actually scores a pen. Who knew? But basically actually scored as well. Love a bit of that. Hammering R3 over... Really, lads? That's amazing. Hammering go through on penalties over Victoria Hotspurs. They had one shot. End up having to rely on penalties. What is it with the lower league teams and doing that? That's true, yeah. Well, is he worth 100 million now? Hammering in the final. I mean, that's... We come to expect hammering in the final, really. Now finally another game. Wait, there's still players on international duty during the Benfica game. Those have to be like random young players, right? For like a youth tournament. There's no way we'd have... I guess? Strange. But I guess... wait, who even is that? Arb. Okay. Hello, Zombie Craft. How's it going, man? Yeah, it'd be something like that. Unfortunately, I have just gone past F1 Christmas. But what it has revealed is that there's a guy... There's a Tarshin Rainbows player as number 1 on the next gen. I think he's on loan from us, but that's insane. Tarshin South Africa, is it? Crazy. League ranking. Technically, it's 4th at the moment. It was 2nd, but we've got 8 teams in Europe this season. Have we got the whole top 3? No way. I like this guy's attributes. Like, I did like this guy when we found him. I guess they've used him to replace the fact that we took that other guy back from them. Wait, there's a 16-year-old on here. Oh, God. Yeah, he's at Bayern, though, which is annoying. Obviously, Wales Zaki. I think he's 5-star P. Yeah, oh my God, he's worth 50 million quid. No, he's worth way more than that. We actually found a reasonably priced Egyptian. 2.5 million, and he looks to be an absolute worldie. And obviously, wait, really? I've never rated this guy. I truly have never rated Mordal. But the game seems to constantly rate him. I wonder if he just has really high PA that we're just not seeing. He's resolute, though. He has played a lot. Stars look bad. Whose stars look bad? What, Mordal? Yeah, I think he's on there because he just plays a lot. Calero? Honestly, I've never seen that first name before. Now, were he to be my player, I would call him Texas, because obviously, but I've actually never seen that name. It's clearly Basque, right? Or like, or Catalonian name? Oh, okay. It's Catalan name. I've actually never seen that name before. That's kind of sick. Still, that's kind of dope. Right, what about you? Lucas Diakake. We've already scouted this guy. He is, like, fine. I think the only reason he's got on here is because he's playing games, even though he's actually only playing for Bayern's second team. Ridiculous price for Barca. What was the price? Well, we don't actually know the price, but I suspect it's higher than that. I wouldn't pay that money for him. 6'2", not the fastest, not got good jumping reach. Lower. He runs with ball often on a centre-back that has 7 dribbling as well. These things about him that I wouldn't be wanting to sign him. Are stars worthless when scouting or signing players? No. Stars are exactly what they are. They are guidelines, right? They are your scouts trying to take a prediction on what a player is going to be like. The older the player is, the more accurate the stars are going to be, generally speaking, because they've seen more of the player. So what I find is the younger a player is, the more swing you're going to get in them, right? Use the stars as a guideline to get interested in a player, but then use your own judgment to look at that player and decide if actually that player is for you based on other factors, right? It's pronounced Tush. That's even better. We've got Tushy. That's the way I use the stars. People that say the stars don't matter, then what are they scouting with? Like, I feel like that's... And they'll say, oh, I'm scouting with attributes. But it's like, yeah, but you can't... How would you know which players to go after in the first place? You wouldn't be able to see the attributes unless you were able to scout the players to begin with, right? That's the thing. Stars, to me, are a good starting point. But then you have to literally do your own research kind of thing, right? If they're playing with attribute masking off, then fair enough. But at that point, then, yeah, stars are irrelevant. But... then at that point, you don't need my help, right? Jurgen Volland. Otelvero. Jesus, he's very good. See, he's lovely. Really nice CA, really nice PA. Just scout every player in there. This is very true, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Double back-to-back Bilbao guys who we've not actually got knowledge of, which is amazing. Exactly, ergo starts. Precisely, yeah. It's kind of like a big flag that says, there might be something here, but use your own judgment. Of interest, how many Sirens players? Oh, that's literally all of them. Most of the guys we've got on here are like right there. It's a good amount though. Wait, is a guy called Kipre? Maritimo. Okay. No, I'm scouting a transfer budget at Trenchant. Ooh. Appreciate if you're willing to reconsider joining another club and stay here. Oh, so you asked them to increase the transfer budget and they actually did it? No shot. Huh. Oh, look at this guy here. Oh, he's on loan from Real Sociedad. Nah, that'll be his loan contract, right? Yeah. 1.2 million from 0. That's amazing. Javier Perez, Basque French. Love that. Use a fuck it approach when scout and sign it. Like I said, use stars as a way of finding the players initially, but then use it as like a big net to capture anybody who looks vaguely good. And then within that net, once you've captured them, then you can start triaging them based on things that matter. Things like the attributes themselves and your own sort of opinions of the player as to how they could develop. And that's tough to work out. That's something I can't just say, hey, do this, that, and this. A lot of that comes from intuition and generally just being able to have played so many hours in the games that you see things that you can't explain, right? It sounds stupid, but it's hard to explain some of the things, right? I can look at certain players and be like, I feel like this guy's going to be good, and I can't even explain sometimes why I think that. Hey, Balin, I've had a bloody lovely weekend. I don't know about you. Someone in Inters. It might be that the graphic is mucking up. I find that sometimes it does show someone on inters even when they're not. I see with Eric Bartos. He is rarely correct. Right. Don't make me do this again. Bartos is still an amazing footballer. He's just not worth the money we paid for him, right? He's for 21 years old, he is stacked. Stop it. Go away, chat. No, don't go away. I need you. Oh, dear. Rocco was another one of our guys. Renato Rocco. So I signed this guy basically because he had good dribbling, crossing, acceleration, pace, looked to have a little bit of PA, but he actually had better than we thought. Julian Schauner, I've seen this guy before. I think the reason I said no to this guy is because 5.2 million seemed like a lot for not a lot. Now, he is good, but 6 heading concerns me, and I don't believe he's going to get much better, and he's got quite a high release clause. Oh, hello. Very two-footed indeed, yes. That much I agree. We've got Casas. Misael Casas. Yeah, he's interesting because of Honduranness. The problem is he's at a Mexican club, which means we have to pay Mexico prices for him. If he was at a Honduran club, instantly I'd get him for 300k. So, we've got Missile Houses. The question is, chat, where's he from? What was his hometown? It'd be easier to say Kansas. I'm going to say Little Rock, Arkansas. But he is called Missile. So, there is that. Topeka, good shout. It's going to be boring and it'll just be Kansas, won't he? And Kansas City. God damn it, Missile. I guess he's a homing missile after all. I haven't seen Missile as a name before. I'm definitely going to scout him though, because he might actually have some good attributes. So this is the thing with him. We haven't got him scouted, but finishing is high, composure is relatively high, dribbling and first touch are solid. He's reasonably quick on both acceleration and pace. That's the thing. Hey, people request the songs. Speaking of Christmas jumpers, chat. Un momento por favors. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Got it. Made a little stop by Primark yesterday. Managed to get the Flanders jumper. It had to be done. Where his stars won't reflect. But you don't know his stars. This is my point, right? So what I'm saying is, stars don't matter. That's when stars don't matter. If the player has good attributes, the star isn't going to make them a better player. Like, the game doesn't look at the stars to decide if a player is going to be good in game. It looks at the attributes. So if you can see the attributes and you know that those are good, then it doesn't matter what the stars say. That's where the stars don't matter. Now, that doesn't mean this guy's worth the money, because they might want quite a lot, and he might be literally maxed out, and he might not improve. But that's the thing we have to take into account. This is the guy that I always think is called Nelson Smeda, but he isn't. We've got Dionatas. See, with him, 7 million is a lot. Doesn't seem to have too much on the development side. Low crossing as well. High acceleration, but not for me. I mean, to Murat, you'd have to be, right? It's a lot as well. But it does, but like, my point is that the match engine, at the end of the day, it's interpreting attributes. The attributes are made up of things like the CA, but a player that has the attributes are formed. The CA is formed by the attributes, essentially. What is his full name? Good question. Dionatas Dal Savio. Right. Wait, did I just go on ahead? We've got John Parkin. Hopefully it's not. Oh, it's Jamie Parkin, of course. Oh, that's good. The fact that he's actually getting game time for Nashar is exciting, because I think he could develop into being a monstrously good goalie, and it's just nice to finally find him alone. Benitez is at PSG. Montero at Union de Santa Fe. See, for me, it's another Canadian goalie, yeah. He's one of ours, luckily. We got 2 of them. Vasquez is one of ours as well already. Yeah, the fact is she's gone as Ramos. Another of our guys. Jumping centre-back with 6 jumping reach, not ideal. Quintal. See, he's okay. Dribbling's very low, which is a bit concerning, and he's not the quickest either. So I worry that this guy, he's very well rounded, but I don't know if he'd actually suit our style of play. Also, the fact that he can play as an attacking midfielder is hilarious. Where he might honestly be better there. Skip 20 to 11, did I? No, we've gone through that entire side of... Oh, one thing I didn't look at was Kipre. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, sorry, my bad. No other Maltese clubs yet. Oh, true, yeah, all players have been guys that we've got on loan. Usually there's a few. Zambrano's definitely on loan from us. So he is one that I just find he seems to be better than his stars would suggest, right? He is quite expensive, yeah. Oh, hello. See, this is the thing, like... It's just... Yeah, not amazing. Fushek, okay. Tackling solid. Worth a scout, obviously, if nothing else. He's 19, though. Zizek. Quite expensive. Does have quite good temp poles, though. We'll scout again, because he's 6'5". Although really low jumping reach for 6'5". We've got Ala. This guy doesn't feel like one of our guys. There we go. Mod selected. So basically, there are dev list settings that you can control. Jesus Lord, Piastri's killing it. Has anyone else set a lap yet? Or is it just Piastri's just 2 seconds clear of everybody else? He's found something. This guy would definitely get a scout. Yeah, Mohamed Allah. Oh, so he switched to Inters and that's actually worked for him. Interesting. So there's obviously a dry line then. Basically versus Lahovi, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean Lahovi's starts improved as well anyway. Players low CA and good attributes. That's not really a thing though. As in, their CA isn't low. Your scout's interpretation of it is low because the CA is made up of the attributes. So, for example, if you went into the editor and changed a player's attributes, the CA would sort of have to adjust accordingly because that's essentially what's making it up anyway. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Fukuhori, he's at Porto. We missed out on him annoyingly. They got another one at Union Santa Fe. They do. We've also got Ashgari here, an Iranian, wanted by Sweetie United. I'm interested in this guy. He's intriguing. Oh, Science is in the wall. Oh my god, he has absolutely ripped his arse off. That's not ideal. Yeah, Iranians, they've not worked out in this save so far, but they can do. Sometimes you've got to pay for Padilla. Not everybody gets their Padilla as cheap as we did. Oh, he's so Padilla. The one thing he doesn't have, though, is finishing ability. Remember, Padilla had 20 finishing. And... he was a great playmaker, but Padilla had those elite striker attributes too. Basically, Padilla was essentially a striker that I decided to play in attacking midfield. Yeah, but 7... I mean, is he going to gain 11 on that one? He's still an amazing player. Let's make no mistake here. I just don't know if he's ever going to quite be Padilla. The reason Padilla was such a fun player for me was because he was essentially a striker that had really good passing, so I essentially just made him play deeper because he didn't have the physicals. No, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, if he was from Tract, I'd be all over him. We've got Aubert. Anis Aubert. Good name. Horrendous release clause. Right, what about Bellari? Love the acceleration. Love the pace. This could be all over the place, though. He's fully intriguing. We've also got Del Palacio. Hugo Del Palacio at Bayern, though. But I'll scout him anyway for the lols. The Vida guy. I think we've seen this guy loads of times. Yeah, so he's 19 years old. He's actually quite good, but he's also nearly 10 million quid at a Moroccan club. Do you know what, right? He might be a fun one to bring in anyway, because he has good attributes. And he would give us a bit of cover behind Otavio. Provided he's willing to take a contract that's relatively low, he does have good work rate. Whack him on defensive positioning. Lovely physicals as well. Professional, unflappable. Do you know what? If he's willing to take not a... oh, that's actually great shout. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because the race is today, isn't it? I hadn't even thought about it. I'm so used to qualifying being the day before the race. Professional as well. He won't get trouble. No, professional's nothing to do with that. But what it does mean is he will develop if he has anything left. I don't think he does. But 3:30 UK time. Is it? I thought it was 5 o'clock. Did they move the race as well? Huh. When I looked on the website this morning, it said 5 o'clock. Moved it forwards. It's just because it's meant to be even worse later. That's fine. Means... yeah, that'll be fine. We're finishing stream at 2 anyway because of the football. So I think I'm going to sign this guy. Look, lads, I'll give you a flat 10. Don't mess with me. Good. I think that might be the most I've ever played to a Moroccan side. Hello, Del Rico. I'm terrific. We're just signing a Moroccan. From Morocco, of all places. Imagine, a Moroccan in Morocco. Never. Great hair as well. Underrated hair, in fact. We've got this guy here. Oh, Volendam. He feels like a loney. He's not, you know. Another DM. Sold her all F1 to Chicane. Good. Solid work. I like your work. Christoph Weber. Worth a look. Can't really tell much from this point. The Giant you signed last stream. Which was the Giant? I'm going to need to be reminded, unfortunately. We signed a lot of players. Aussie players doing upside down. Which Aussie players is that? Like, as in, are we just looking at the Australian national team, or is there anything specific? Just want to make sure. Yeah, sorry. Thank you for showing me the Vidal guy again. Obviously, we'd already scouted him, but I hadn't looked at him for a while, and now it feels like he has come into a window of being useful. Aussie youth. We can have a look. Murat Karaman. Ooh, even though with Turkey tax. Oh, that work rate, though, baby. Murat. More information on you is lovely. I feel like if we could... Hello. Hey, there you go. I'm going to scout him anyway, because he's not one of ours. William Rosales of Birkirkara. Oh, what is his surname? Ola Milakan. Love that for Patrick. Obviously, Atlanta tax. Training folks use for goalkeepers. Honestly, I don't. I just put them training their role for the most part. I find that I've never really seen a lot of increases with them. How about the Asian Cup? I don't know, actually. One thing at a time, chap. If someone wants to do a look up for it, I can add it to the queue, but I will forget otherwise. Where was he born? So he's from Alabama, actually. Decatur. I would never have guessed that. I've literally never heard of it. You're obviously Mortada Lopi, who was the guy that we let go there. Rojas from Tacoma. Ah, wait. Tacoma is Seattle Sounders, like... Seattle Sounders? Seattle Sounders is like feeder club, right? 6'9" Vietnamese lad. Well, he was not a good footballer. He was like a one-star. We only signed him because he was 6'9". He's not a good player. He's not a player you're ever going to hear from again. Let's put it that way. He wasn't like an actual player. I feel like I'm being mean to him here. Basically, we signed him because he was tall. He wasn't actually a good footballer. Jesus. Oh, you're on loan from us. Cool. I keep doing that, man. Hello, Dan. What are you predicting for the game tomorrow? Tacoma Defiance is a brilliant name. Rosato here at Juve. Ukrainian. Oh, he actually came through at Benfica as well. Oh, no, he didn't. They poached him from Shakhtar. What a weird agreement. Have Fleck or Jesus? We do. Generally speaking, anyway. And then lastly, Thomas Allbrings. Oh, he's got some nice attributes. Left winger, though, which is annoying. But not that it matters for the loan farm or anything, but still. Right, okay. Benfica give. Do they really? Right, Australia. Their youth players. It's hard to see with their youth players because they're mostly just going to be Australian clubs, I would have thought, right? Be amazed if there's... You sometimes see some at City, actually, just because of, like, the things with Melbourne City. There's Vince Pippin, who's at Zabar, and a guy called Godwin Catania, who's actually at Sydney FC. Still crap, then. Yeah, he was never going to be not crap. We only signed him because he was height. Bust off slacks. I think it'd be more high scoring than that. Although I do feel like we're waiting for an XG explosion with Fulham. I had a look at some XG stats earlier. We've underperformed by like 6 or 7 goals this season. It seems like we're waiting for a game where we just absolutely go nuts on someone. Maybe that could be Brentford. Sorry, Daz. So got Norwich here. Geralt Hall. Wait, his name's Geralt? I didn't know Geralt was a name outside of The Witcher. Big shout out to Geralt there. I wonder if he smells of lilac and gooseberries. Not him so much, but Yennefer. We've got Zach Kennedy from Neighbours. We've also got this guy here. Damon Heck Cunningham. Yeah, the double L in Geralt, too. Jordan Small, who's guaranteed to be... Oh, no way! Jordan Small, who's 5'4". Delightful. Reynoso Physicals. Oh, yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah, and he's not... The thing is, he's not even a guy that you can sort of retrain to be a striker. I mean, you could, but it would be a... Yeah. Nice. It's just Ed Bell, which is amazing as well. And obviously the senior squad's going to have a few more guys outside of Australia. You'd like to think. A couple of guys actually at Palace there. Charlie Williams and Milan Arnold. Connor Wood. Taj Rogers. Caleb Soros is a good name. Anthony Swat. Wait. There's another Swanthony? No way. And then Lachlan Wynn. He sounds so Australian with a name like Lachlan Wynn. Right. Any place called Mungo? There is sometimes a Mungo around. There you go. There's your Mungo. Mungo King Elliot. Which is even better. Because he's actually good too. Mungo King Elliot is an Irish Englishman here, born in London. Likes Harry Southgate, apparently. Don't know if there's any... Wait, dubbed the Who? The new Michael Owen. Keep an eye on Mungo King Elliot, chat. He's the new Michael Owen, which means he's going to be very dull. It looks decent, but the potential doesn't look there. For me, at the moment, anyway, there's a list of cons here. Basically, you find guys like this that cost you £500,000 in Ecuador, right? So there's no need for us to pay Chelsea 400 times the price. That's the thing. Only seen 8 films, yeah. And one of them was Seabiscuit, I believe. Right, Asia Cup. We've got that Benfica game in a moment, and we really do need to get to it soon. Asian Cup was won by Japan. They beat Thailand in the final. Oh, that would have been so sick if Thailand had won it, particularly as Shurabadi Hajaran was top scorer at the tournament with 7 goals. He has 37 goals for Thailand in 52. He's 22 years old, and he has 52 caps already. What an absolute beast. I really hope that we made the right choice by prioritising him over Cortege. This is where we find out that Cortege has got like 170 PA and this guy's got like 140. Not this guy, obviously. I will stick loan move thing in there anyway. But not because I'm desperate to find him one, but just in case. The problem is you've got loads of caps, don't you? I assume. Be mad if you didn't. Yeah, 9 caps. So I'm going to have to just like hit him with that. Oh, okay, he went for it. Silent Scott McTominay. He kind of is, yeah. I like that a lot, actually. The Thai Scott McTominay. Was 16. Yes, he was the guy. No, I don't think we signed him at 16 because we weren't allowed to, obviously. But we found him when he was 16 on the next gen list and went, we'll have him. Tendler is continuing to hold that potential as well, which is interesting. Bit of that. He's certainly intriguing me. Carvajal at Envigard. Oh, this is the shit, chat. This is why we do it. Norris has done it. Has he got through? Oh. We'll come back to him in a minute, but there might be something there. Ryan Smith, obviously. We've looked at this guy a few times. We'll see if there's any like completely ignorable players, because these guys are really expensive. Oh wait, hang on a minute. Wait, you're 30. To be fair, he might be all right. How has this guy never left Argentina? Ah, another late developer. 30 years old. So it's pointless to us with the amount of strikers we've got, but bloody hell. There's just so many good deals you can get. Mateus Bossio as well, formerly of Sirens. God, Birkikara made out like bandits on him. Cordaro of Roma, 18 overpriced. Josip Ralish. Reasonable. Did Nando get through? Oh, Bottas was actually top 10. Holy shit. Resolute personality, if nothing else. I'm not convinced. Porto. Ljubljana, though. Okay, we've got to look at this guy first. Christian Carvajal. Oh my god. Chat, he's 17. Oh my god. This is why we do this. Holy shit. I mean, whenever I say we can get them cheaper in Colombia, this is what I'm talking about. And we finally have a bit more depth at centre-back. 15 jumping reach, 6'2", 15 pace, agility and balance off the wazoozis, insane tackling, actually can head a football. He'd actually do a job already, yeah. The fact that he's 17 does make me worry that he's going to... Nope, he's good. Oh, filth. Stats look great, but the stars don't. I'm unsure as to what you want to see if you don't consider this to be good. I don't know what to tell you. If 3-star CA, 4.5 5-star PA at 17 with these attributes is not good, I don't know what I can... Yeah. What's that in the Red Bull? Red flag. Oh, no way. What happened with the red flag? Who went off the track? Because it looks like it's drier now. Who's binned it? Yeah, he's getting a lot of game time as well. Oh, did Stroll go off? Of course. Someone press the Stroll button. It's crazy that they wouldn't have thrown that sooner than that, given that he is in quite a dangerous position there. Yeah, so Max is going to start, like, what, 17th with that? Probably still come 3rd. Right, we'll have this guy, for sure. But yeah, this guy is incredible. Position stars. Hang on, sorry, what? Position stars. Let me check. Oh, yeah, no, this is about familiarity. I wouldn't even bother with it, basically. There is almost no reason why you would pay attention to these at all. The game is really weird about that. Basically, I'm not... If you think they have good attributes, don't care what the game says, basically, right? Oh, we're going to get some spiciness in F1 today, aren't we? It's going to be spicy. That guy's gone around again. He's actually kept his value as well. I'm definitely going to shortlist Tenler. I do like him. It's just a lot of money on a 17-year-old whose attributes don't look amazing. The race is 3:30 today, apparently. Which is just as well that you guys told me that, because I would have just tuned in at 5 o'clock and been like, where is race? And again, like, shortlist to keep an eye on. We should probably play a game or something. Stats look at nothing else. Look at everything, right? Look, don't have to do everything I do, right? But I'm just saying that the positional stars are about as irrelevant as a thing can be. To give you an idea, if a player has a certain... So say, for example, you're managing in the lower leagues, right? And you want to use a roaming playmaker, which is no reason why you wouldn't want to. It does require a bit more attributes, but it's fine. You'll almost never be able to find a player. You find a guy that's like 4-star CA as a advanced playmaker, but then you move into roaming playmaker and it drops to grey stars. The stars are unbelievably pointless at the lower level. It's actually hilarious how silly those are. Yeah, literally every forward is, or every defender is a no-nonsense centre-back or a no-nonsense fullback, and if you don't put them as anything other than that, then yeah, it will just mess you around. Okay, cool. We got him on the right contract too. It's crazy that he has no caps for Colombia yet, honestly, because this guy will. Having him alongside Babasi would be fire one day. If he has the potential. I don't think he's actually going to have the potential that we see there. I suspect, given that we've got that extra... There's 2 white stars here. My guess is he'll be more like 4-star PA, which means he might not get that much better than he currently is, but he's already solid. Still out qualified. I figured we'd see you, Mikey. Was that Stroll's car? I don't... It might have been Science's one from earlier. I assume it was Stroll's one, though. How many cars are even going to start this race at this point, right? Yeah, the roaming playmaker is the weirdest one. That's the reason I use that as an example, is because it is hilarious watching a player have every single attribute that is totally fine for it, but not the CA for it. Oh, that's fine. 406 Colapinto. I didn't turn the qualifying on to see what Colapinto's car looked like. Was it as buggered as Stroll's one was, and Stroll and Sainz, that is? Just everybody starting from the pit lane. Either way, watch the race be dead boring. Wow, our dressing room atmosphere is trash right now. Actually need to look at that. Yeah, well, through the wage, that's fine. Least fine. Okay, so Franco will probably get back in. I guess that's the risk he runs with wet quali. But it's fun to watch. Bit of that, bit of that, bit of that. Yeah, we should be... Wow, we are huge favourites. Christ on a bike. Those numbers are so random. He's rejected them. Ascari's coming in. That's good. I like that. Did someone just record... Is this... I forgot this is the end of this song. Calm and measured. I don't think nuance is allowed in Formula 1. Wait, what happened with Babasi? Shit. That is not ideal. Oh, no. Is this the one where it fucks up? No, we just go for it. I feel like sometimes the reason that loan thing glitches out is because of the auto continue. It feels like it always gets stuck with the 2-second thing on it for some reason. Nuance allowed. No. We don't do nuance. Well, we tried to do nuance here at least. Quotation multi... Do you know what? At this rate, he might end up actually declaring for Malta because he doesn't have any chance of getting Spain caps anytime soon, right? Because he's not even near it. Reynoso, Hajaro, and Pereira, Brooks, because Kravitz is injured. Otavio, Zimmer, Peters, Gudmundsson, chosen one, Ferreira. It's not perfect. Like, we are definitely missing some players here that I would rather not be missing. Hence the fact that our bench is quite literally just whoever is left. That's the problem here. We've actually ended up with a Joseph Mikulev on the bench. Such is our lack of backing of a Mosley. Yeah, I just feel like in these big games, Reynoso seems to come up with the goods more often at the moment. But, you know, actually playing so good. Oh yeah, chosen one has been chosen. Like, he is not just so good, he's arguably our best centre-back in terms of his, like, technical ability. Gudmundsson is better physically, but he's nowhere near. And Vieira is sort of just really nicely rounded. Great mentally. They all kind of have their own little things. Chosen one is a technical beast, but good everywhere else. Vieira has a mentality monster, and Gudmundsson is a physical monster with decent mentals as well. Start Salamander. I don't think I can afford to, really. We don't need to start him every game. Like, at the end of the day, he still isn't technically one of our starting 3 centre-backs yet, but I didn't want to upset him. It's great to have him on the bench, though, because he's also excellent, but he's just not quite there yet. His mentals particularly. But he seems to be okay for the time being. Cool. That'll do. Playing a home game first is always a little bit of a worry, just because you know how FM can be. Oh yeah, if we're in a comfortable position, we Mikulev in. Someone displeased with Red Bull. Why? Did they... Like, all I'm getting is, like, I just turn around and I just see things. Oh yeah, he's fully, like, going off, isn't he? Right. That was only Q2. What could possibly happen next? You sat there like, what about Science? What about Stroll? What about Colapinto's cars? Hey, you haven't ruled out the prospect of more cars being injured in the next qualifying. Went out last. Yeah. I guess it's one of those things where it doesn't give you a lot of chance to set any kind of even banker laps, does it? Yeah, I love how much of these... Look how many of the players for Benfica are former players of ours. So Pebbles is in there. Wait, is that it? It's usually loads. Hang on, let me just look down here. Robin Brower. Wow, that's actually surprising. Usually there's more. I was going to say, it's his turn to be upset, and, you know, it's... You get one, maybe. Yeah, they've got Mark Vaughan, who usually ends up at Barcelona. Yeah, nobody wants to be the guinea pig, I suppose. I still think we end up playing Man United out of this. Why is he called Pebbles? Fuck, what was it? What? Un momento. Let me find out. There was a reason, and I've forgotten it. Let me just get Benfica's tactic up in here. Was it because I kept saying his name wrong? Yeah, so basically, his name is Pablo Henrique Santos Oliveira, right? But I kept calling him Pedro, and then at one point I called him Peblo, so then we started calling him Pebbles as a result of that, because I kept thinking his name was Pedro and not Pablo. Yeah, so that's how Pebbles came about. My lack of ability to say words. A tenuous link. Most of the nicknames are tenuous. Pebles. There's very few players in the save that have nicknames that aren't incredibly tenuous. Just looking at our starting 11 alone. I mean, there's Hans Zimmer playing right back for us. Although, admittedly, his one is actually slightly less tenuous, given that his name literally is Zimmer. Oh, come on. I'm a little worried that this game might not be going our way, given that we've just hit the post, bounced back to Brooks, and he's then missed the follow-up, and just run it straight out of play there. Oh dear, it's not going to do an Ajax to us, is it? Because we were pretty naff in that first game against Ajax as well. Melman is by far the most, like, obscure nickname we've had of the entire save. Because wasn't it literally that he was tall and thus a giraffe, but he also had no ambition or any kind of, like, will to succeed, so we called him Eeyore. Chat, I get the feeling we might go out of the Champions League. Because what the hell have we just conceded? What is this? Ginger with the cross, great name by the way, and then Bjork Sultan's just tapped it straight to Celis. That's a very, very rare mistake from Bjork Sultan. Big Frank Kirby has not covered himself in glory there, and yet somehow doesn't lose any rating, other than like a single point. That to me is a mistake leading to the goal if I've ever seen one. Oh, good. Yeah, I don't feel like we're going to get through. Something just feels off about this game now. This might end up with us going to attacking in the second half, like we did against Ajax. Because I'm a little bit concerned about just the way this game is going so far. We're missing all the chances, and they're getting goals like that. They're winning the game with 0.06 XG right now. This is going to win as well, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, never mind. Looks like we're going to have to rely on the others this year, because this is ridiculous now. Yeah, it's, you just have these games and there's just nothing you can do about it. Like, why is nobody attempting to tackle anybody? Yeah. Like, just nobody's getting near to anybody.
You see these?
For seemingly no reason. Pack him up! Thank you for the follow. Leafet. No, this is the knockouts. This is what was seemingly a nice easy draw for us against a Benfica side that weren't even in the Champions League. Missing Babasi, of course, but, like, it's still mad to me. Oh, okay, it might just changed. Benfica are down to 10 men. Oh, maybe it was just setting us up for this. Although, Zimmer being down injured is a bit of a worry. Okay, it's fine. Here we go. Maybe everyone's about to look at the space. If he doesn't pass this ball here, I might have to fire him. There's two players that are completely free in the penalty box, and you're just like, no, let me shoot. That seems like the right thing to do here. So now they're down to 10. Oh. We cannot not win this game. We've got to go and fully win this game from here. But I'm worried that we're not going to. Oh, my life. Right, lads, come on. Get your shit together. Who's on a 6.2 in this game? Chosen one. What the hell? How was that? Did they blame him for the goal, even though it's clearly the goalkeeper's fault? I think they did, you know. I want to look at the stats for that. The front line are playing okay, which is all I really care about. Brooksy struggled a little bit. Zimmer's actually done really well. Right. Oh, I can't even look at this. Oh, no, I can. Analysis. Where is it? Player stats. Where's mistakes? Tackles? Fouls? I swear there's a way you can see mistakes in here. I should forget which category it comes under. Passes? It might just not show up because FM. There definitely used to be a way that you can see things like mistakes. I also hate the fact that there's all this dead space, right? But it just... Yeah. No. Weird. Like, why is it abbreviating when there's all this dead space? FM. Okay. Half an hour to turn this around. And we kind of need to, like, fully turn this around, given that this is the home leg. Like, we kind of need 3 second half goals here. Which is why I've gone on attacking to throw some more risks at this. Oh, that's more like it. I need to look at their system, actually. There we go. Right, 1 goal back. It's gone Rosala Reynoso, of course. Couldn't have asked for a better start to the second half, but we need a bit more of this. We need really like a Reynoso second half hat-trick. But lots of space was being created there. We were patient with it. Great work from Peters again. We've got bodies in the box. Really nicely left then, actually. I think Vaughan just shoves Hajara over. It's not going great, JCM, no. How's it going, you know? Right, so they're just going without their attacking midfielder, which means there's a lot of space for our Segunda Volante to just get forward, and no one's going to be chasing him back. I love that it was their Volante. They're actually playing a Volante themselves that scored the goal for them. Oh, hang on. Right, they've shifted systems. They're going, well, narrow sort of, but which will give us even more space out wide. Right, what are we doing here? Come on now. This is a joke. Crumpy Wompy time. We're going Maldonado. Fresh legs with Lahovi. We can't do fresh legs on Zim Zims. I'm going to go Moser. Taking a risk on Mosey. Right. At least get a draw out of this. Because then we would just have to go to Portugal and win. My concern is going to Portugal and not being able to win on the night or something. Right, come on. This game is insane. They're down to 10 men, for fuck's sake. We've only managed to get 1 goal back against them. Right, come on, ball in. Back post header or something. Of course, that one goes over the bar. Oh, my goodness. Look at the possession as well, by the way. How are they managing to keep that much of possession with 10 men against us, of all people? I'm amazed. We're actually not going to win this game, are we? I'm at an absolute loss with that. 0.2 XG, a red card, and they still fucking beat us. When you're going out, you're just going out. Hello, Einstein. When you get the Poland save started, that's going to be about 5 months away now, Einstein, of course, because of the FM delays. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? When it's decided you're not going to win, you're not going to win. But that worries me, because it means that No, they didn't have a shot after the red card. They just sat there, and fair enough. But we had the chances. I just can't believe we've lost that game because it's cost us coefficient points too. Even if we go through now, it's just dropped fucking. Comfortably. Yeah, we can comfortably win here, and we didn't. Right? That's the problem. City beat Man United as well. Interestingly, I'd like to hope we will as well, but I'm worried. Been delays. Yes, the game has been delayed until March. Oh Christ. Red flag Alonso, no way. Oh, Norris is on pole at the moment. Well, at the moment. So that's another one gone. Ah, dear. That's super annoying. God, we've got Hammering in between as well, which doesn't help. Yeah, Manchester's derby in the quarterfinals, which winner will play us. I say that as if we're not losing from the first leg. Brooks showing pre and pro. That's good to know. Shame we didn't show any of that progress in the last game. On Amarin, I don't really have any thoughts on my Amarin. I've not watched Sporting really under him. I don't support Man United, so it's kind of like one of these things where any opinion I have is kind of baseless. It's being based on nothing, right? So I try to avoid having opinions on things that I have absolutely no knowledge of in any way. Because to me, it's just like, it's another managerial appointment. Oh, no, it absolutely is. But it's the fact they announced a release date and then reneged on it. Nora British should be, you know. Plus, it just takes so much time to form opinions on things, particularly if you have no knowledge. Like, what? It's not my style, is it? Well, I mean, people apparently don't, clearly, but I prefer to, you know? Portugal in the league. That's Matt's thoughts. There you go, yeah. No, I agree. Ten Hag. I mean, the thing is, right? It seems like no matter who Man United put in charge, there's other problems that are going to cause them to have issues, regardless of who the manager is. And until they sort that as well. How dare you, Inferno? To be fair, Nuno is absolutely smashing it right now. She's saving until then. No, probably not. Joke Nukem, thank you for the 51 months.
Look at you, not spouting shite about things you know you have no knowledge of. At this rate, you're never getting that job on TalkSport. Simon Jordan would be ashamed of you.
In a way, I really shouldn't be doing the job I do, where I make like football content and do stuff on the internet, really, because it seems like almost all of that is just literally having opinions on things you have no knowledge of. To be fair, Nuno is smashing it. Like, Forest are actually killing it right now, so fair fucking play. Their only defeat, though, was to Fulham, which means we are better than them. But yeah, no, we're not continuing the save until March or anything like that. I reckon, really, this season here, when England lose 26, is probably our last reasonable chance of overtaking them before things get silly. Inferno, thank you for the 48 months. Yeah, I talk shite, but it's different, right? Oh, Jesus, yeah. He is fully in that barrier. He is perched in the cheeks right there. Right, so just to clarify, we've got Gudja hosting Milan, Tarshin hosting Brighton, and Balzan are away at Sturm Graz. Just give me one through, FM. I beg of you. Just one of these guys. It's on Sky Sports F1 in the UK. 3 of 3 would be lovely, but like bare minimum, just give me one. It does indicate, oh, for God's sake, Football Manager. So they were better than Milan and they lost. Sorry, and they drew, and they were better than Brighton and they drew. Naturally, in the second leg, you'll get similar results, but the English sides and the Italian sides will absolutely win. Okay. Go off, sis. That's more like it. Balzan, 4-2 winners in Austria against Sturm Graz. That's more like it. Jam with a pair. Hunter will be pleased. Sensational. That's a brilliant result for Balsan Youth. Particularly, I think they would play the winner of Stade Rennais and Osijek. So they're at least not letting us down. The problem is, though, these should have been wins. This should be like a 2-1 win or even a 2-0, but let's say 2-1. This one should also be like a 1-0 win. Like, that's the problem. They never get the results in these kinds of games. But when these scorelines are the other way round, stats-wise, this would have guaranteed you to be the other results. That's the problem. But it's more points for Malta. Takes us to 17.3 on the year. 2 A's. God, I can't even imagine the idea of having an A. But still, at least Balzan are doing bits. Both fairly late goals. Yeah, it just always seems to happen. For me, that's where it feels like the reputation stuff comes in. It just feels so frustrating when that sort of stuff constantly happens. Because it seems like if those fixtures were played with the teams on the opposite sides, Milan and Brighton both win those games, as you're about to see when they play the away games. That's the problem. Like, they usually just have to provide a circumstance permit, win a world championship. I mean, anyone could win a world championship if you're in an F1 car, right? There's so many factors at play. It's just Balzan. Well, I'm just reading off the screen, isn't it? That's the first time in 28 years of this save that anyone has ever mentioned that to me, and thus I was not aware of that. Because that's literally the name of the team in the game. So I'm just going by what I've said. I'm just going by what I can see in here, right? Does he have the metal? Don't know. You know? It's good you're not good you're true. I forgot about that. Let's see. Moses. Yeah, I guess why not, right? For Fafana? I guess we're desperate. Maldonado is the Volantic. Wow, we are desperate here, actually, aren't we? Is this full rotation, or did I pick youth prospects? Either way, it'll do. Sabah due to qualify for Europe. Yeah. Although, it might start allowing them to play Yanone, maybe. A few of the guys that came back from... Oh, this was the guy, wasn't it? This was the 6'9". Yeah, there he is. Man has made the bench. Fair enough. This Mr. Beanpole. Maybe he'll come off the bench and miss a penalty. Which is, I feel like, what Moses is about to do in this game. The thing is, if Reynoso hadn't scored that goal against Benfica, I'd be thinking to myself, oh, I'll start Moser in the next game. But he did score a goal. But it was a tap-in. Moser actually did get the winning goal in the end. Which does... we're miles clear in the league. Sabah in Europe, how do I feel about that? I'm more worried about Birkikara and Tarshin not being in Europe. I mean, Tarshin are not getting Europe. There's no way. Birkikara, though, kind of need to. Their team is far too good. Like... Because they'll lose so many players if they don't get into Europe. That's the issue. No, Tarshin basically are already effed. They are essentially, barring a miracle, 12 points available, 12 points off. They're more likely to get relegated at this rate, which is crazy, by the way, considering how good their squad is. Oh, that was us winning the title. Yeah, Sleemer in 4th is even worse news. The last thing we need is them in Europe at all, actually. But in the Champions League, it would be devastating for us. Do we play Sleemer in our remaining matches, by the way? Valletta, Senglair, and Tarshin. Right, okay. Not ideal. We really do. Oh, we're one away from tying it. That would also be another thing we could achieve. In those seasons up to that, we'd be able to win enough titles to overtake them as well. And also, remember, chat, there's going to be a period where I won't be able to stream because of moving house. Fingers crossed. And in addition to that, not the Tuesday coming, it literally is an afterthought, innit? Not the Tuesday coming, but the Tuesday after, I'm not going to be able to stream because that is the day that we have to go and collect keys and stuff like that. But in addition, I actually have a work thing that day for something that I can't tell you about yet, but it's really fucking cool. Where's your house moving to? Oh, wherever I drive my caravan. Cause the conference to get relegated. Yeah, another good point. That is a great point. Balzan might end up playing in the Europa League next year from the 2nd division. Sit on more toilets. Nope. Nothing to do with that. They still haven't paid me for Switzerland, which is a little bit irksome, given that I was in June. Around that window. Potentially, yeah. Are you going to Croatia? Croatia was last weekend, and no. I wasn't allowed to go in the end. MHD call it. What? I would love that Inferno so much. Invoice them. Yeah. We did that in June. which was good. It's because they were working through an agency, basically. I was joking. Sorry, I thought you were just rubbing it in, Chris. Although, silver linings, chat. Because I didn't go to Croatia, it meant that I was able to go see those houses. So, you know, giveth and taketh away. Sometimes things just work out like that, right? Like chase money from. Yeah, so it's because it was an agency working on behalf of FIFA. So it was actually the agency that owes Jack and I money on that one. So I'll have to talk to Jack about that because it's a little bit of a piss take that's been that long. Yeah, the house situation is a positive, but unfortunately, of course, being paid for things like that would be quite helpful when it comes to moving house. You know? Seen an even nicer house in Croatia. Might well have done. Slima get points off Goodyear as well, but it technically has still dropped points in a way. Because it's allowed Sweetie to move back above them again. The goal difference does worry me. Slima have had an underrated season. Jack Canoose has done a decent job. The problem is, he's still a cautious manager. He's a very good manager, but he's still very cautious. No, honestly, chat, this house is perfect. Like, so goddamn good. I'm just hoping nothing randomly comes along and bugs it up. Matthew Side has got his coaching license. Get in. I'm worried about. I mean, it's very rare that we go into the second leg away from home losing and needing to win. Luckily, if there's any team that I want that to be against, it's Benfica. I mean, what is our record against Benfica like? It feels like it should be fairly decent. Literally, the last time we've lost to we hadn't lost to Benfica in 17 years. Like, we played them in the group stage. We won 2-0 away from home. We've 3-0, 4-0, 3-1, 2-2 draw away from home. That would be bad. 5-1. The last few times we played them away from home, we have won. So, you know. I did nearly just call the chat house. Yes, you're right. I thought I was going to be able to get away with that one, but no, as ever. Barcelona take Liverpool out and Arsenal knock out Bayern, which is good for us, actually, because we are sort of chasing Germany. Yeah, I just moved to Poland. Probably be nice and cheap, actually. Well, certainly compared to Cambridgeshire, anyway. Oh, it's restarting in 2 minutes. Cool. I managed to catch the end of the Bournemouth game yesterday, actually. I mean, enough to see City score anyway, and how close they were on a few other occasions as well. But fair play to Bournemouth. What a win. I saw the commentator was like, oh, City are missing some players. I was like, yes, I know. There isn't a violin small enough. Like, oh no. Welcome to everybody else. 44 seconds. Yeah, it's a little bit slow. Walter Conville, thank you for the 28 months. How the devil are you, friend? Winning at Dean Court isn't for everyone. No, apparently not. Yeah, I came back. I think when I turned the game on, it was like 20 minutes left. But fair play, what a result. I like Bournemouth under Iraola. Right. Decisions. Reynoso, Hajara, and we kind of got to go for the same team because Kravitz is still injured, but Basie's still injured. Zimmer's... Shit, did Zimmer play the last game? Fuck. I just realised Zimmer played that midweek game. Who the hell even... We actually have no one else that can play there. Well, I guess he's just playing. I guess Lahovi could technically do the job if we need it. I mean, he can't, but he can. Because oh, no, he doesn't have a right foot. Well... Oh, no, it was Palacio, wasn't it? That could do both. Well... There we go. This, I think, honestly, could be us... Because we are so reliant on that link-up there. God, Zimmer is going to have to put in a hell of an achievement here. Hello, Pogs. How's it going, my love? How's your day? We spent way too long yesterday. Oh, Pog, I had a little look at fridges earlier on Facebook Marketplace. Had another look at sofas, but again, it's either a scam or it's overpriced. Is it starting to get heavier rain again? Right. Second leg, let's have this. Last thing we need to do is go out here. Just binge stream off and just watch the F1 at that point. Bubbles next to the players' names. Where are you seeing bubbles next to the players' names? So you think it's actually going to get worse weather throughout this qualifying session? Well, throughout Q4. It's Q4? Throughout Q3. Did we... Oh, we got a penalty. I think. I didn't see why it was given. But if we could get a penalty and equalise the tie inside 5 minutes. Moser's not on the pitch to miss it either. Handball. Oh, that should always be given then, right? Yeah, extra quali. Okay. I've never seen these not given. There we go. The question is who takes our penalties, because Lahovy and Kravitz are the penalty takers along with Moser. So it is actually Reynoso. And he scores! He knows how it's done. 7 minutes in, Reynoso scores his 15th for the year. At least he's managed to score in these big games when it matters. He's held his nerve. Ah, love this. Okay, so that's actually made me feel a lot more comfortable after just 6 minutes of the game. We do need to build on it, of course, but... Because we've had those games in the past where we'll get like an early penalty and it'll be like the only thing we do in the entire match. But at least this has sort of knocked the wind out of them. And now we just need to kick on from it. Because I just don't trust us going to extra time in this game. Because I reckon they're going to at least score a goal against us in this 90 minutes. Oh my God. Gonzalo, please calm down. Happiness and fitness signs. Oh, so these here. So that the smiley faces is more to do with their body language. This is just their match sharpness and like match fitness. I realise that obviously it doesn't display that in the normal game, but it's added back in by the skin, which is really, really cool. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Reynoso was just trying to murder a guy there. He's actually really lucky to get away with that. Because if he doesn't miss that tackle, I think he's getting sent off there. Oh, hang on. Oh my goodness, he's gone up the other end and scored now. It's two... See, this is why Reynoso is just that level above everybody else. Like, Moser is a good player, and he can stat pad against smaller teams, right? But Reynoso does the big things when it matters. Look at this for link-up, by the way. Hojara knocks it down, Otavia first-time ball, Reynoso shugs the defender off, rolls it past the goalkeeper, bang. 2 more goals. Albon's now binned it. God. I cannot wait to listen to P1 later. I love that this qualifying started at 10:30, and I was thinking, oh, that'll last like just under an hour. And now it's like, oh, it's nearly 12 o'clock. I know we're probably about to score a goal here, but I really want to see how... This is great. You tell me what happens, and I get to watch it in real time, essentially, as now we've got 3-0 up here. Christ, who had 3-0? Oh, God, Leclerc is sliding like crazy too. Goal awarded. We love that. Oh, here's the yellow flag. So this will be for Albon, right? Come on, cuts the replay. Oh, red flag. Oh my God. Fair enough. Yeah, he's effed. You're not fixing that. We're 3-0 up inside 20 minutes here. This is absolutely brilliant football. What a pass from Pereira. The fact that Hojara shoots this instead of squaring it is a little bit surprising. Oh, lovely. Yeah, at least he's all right. God, the state of that. So that's what... At this rate, are we even going to have a Williams in the race? I guess they'll have more time to fix Colapinto's car because they could be fixing that right now. It's not like he's having to go back out again, right? I get the feeling that we might end up absolutely annihilating them in this game. Front row to himself. Yeah, he just gets to start like 3 rows ahead of everybody else. Pereira, ball in through. Oh, it's Zimmer! Oh, he's got to score! Oh, really? Okay, so again... Don't actually watch. I'm one of those people that just watches F1. I don't like watch F1. That must be so frustrating. Oh, an injury as well for Benfica. Suddenly this tyre has just gone completely haywire now. Like, we're completely comfortable. 3-0 up away from home. Cruising. Yeah, they will definitely score a goal in this game, I feel like. They always will, because the little gaps we leave like this. Pebbles will probably get... Oh, here we go. It's Salaberry. Through for Benfica. He's missed it, though. We've actually only had 3 shots on target in this game and have scored every single one of them, but we're at least creating opportunities, which is something. I'm feeling a Reynoso hat-trick in this game too. Oh God, it's Mark Vaughan. Oh my goodness me. We're kind of doing them, well, I say doing to them what they did to us. We have at least actually created opportunities. They've just been, all of them have been very high quality. Zimmer's given everything he could, right? But my plan with Zimzims, I think, is get him off... If we grab a 3rd goal advantage, so if we go 5-2 up, then we got to go 20 million budget in Norway. Holy shit, with who? I I guess sign footballers with it, right? I mean, if I'm in that position, I'd invest in young players because that way you know that you can then parlay that money into even more money.
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
Con21s or Consies. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you had a fabulous day. Yeah, we'll have to just kind of... Yeah, obviously, if you've got, like, no balance, then... Like, if you don't have £20 million, then don't spend it, of course. Because then you will end up in all sorts of FFP issues. But if you actually got the money as well, then crack on, right? Oh, we can put the Hovey in here. Fuck it. Yeah, we're going to have to get... I just don't want Zimmer getting injured just in case. We'll get Silver Salamander on as well. Maldonado as well. We lost 2-1 at home. They had 0.25 XG. They scored twice. They then got a red card. We had 3 XG and couldn't score more than 1 goal. Yeah, it was the most FMable first leg you can imagine, basically. Luckily, we're turning it around again now. When should I start investing youth in training? As soon as possible. Basically, all of that stuff is as soon as you can. Because at the lower levels, they'll be really cheap anyway. Go on, Crumpy. Oh, good save. Average performance. Hey, it's cool that you're doing that. I haven't played football in a long time. The last time I played football, genuinely, was the charity match. And that was, what, 2018? It's a shame we didn't get to play in the charity match last year. That would have been so cool. Shame that all had to be sort of called off. City are beating United very comfortably as well. I do miss playing football. Not that I'd be any good at it. Well, not that I am good at it. That and my fitness levels have taken a shit. I'm supposed to be doing that 10k race next week. That's not happening. Just because I've got other things I've got to be doing right now. Once we move, then I can start focusing on working out. Plus, I'll be able to set up the exercise bike and bring back exercise bike FIFA. Do a bit of cross-training in the other days. Oh, good. Actually, it's quite a good clearance for Salamander, but I think they are going to score off this play. It's way too long of a highlight for them to not score on. Oh, it will do if you continue to be that bad, though. Let's show a replay of... Oh, I genuinely just thought that... that he was reversing into the gravel trap. It was just the replay was showing it in reverse. Sorry, it was slowed down. Good tack. Oh. That's actually a very nice pass from Silver Salamander. Wait, so he was referring it... They just slowed it down, so it made it look like he was very slowly reversing into the gravel. Because of the slowness of the replay. Okay, this has been more like it. Over 2 legs, we've been, like, comfortably the better team. Exactly what we needed. Although, if they were to score here, I'd still be a little bit concerned, given that if they grab another one, suddenly we're going to extra time out of nowhere. Wow. Again, quite good defending, but still quite last-ditch from us. They have definitely started throwing bodies forward a little bit, but Reynoso's just led the line brilliantly today. It's what he needs to do for us. Hopefully, though. But just getting through to the semis is the most important thing, because that will mean that we can have that nice rest in between. Wow. Man United have just lost 4-0 on aggregate to Manchester City here. And United are, generally speaking, the better team here. Question. Is there a Spanish side still in it on the other side of the draw? I think Barca are there, which means we might have a good chance of winning it if we could get to it. Yeah, we overcome a pretty horrendous FMing there, so we're through. And we'll play City in the next round. More money, which will pay for some of those signings we made earlier. Most notably the guy from Morocco. So Gudmundson's going to miss the first leg against City as well, which is actually fine because it means Silver Salamander can play. It's not the end of the world. So that's after the second leg. Because then it's all like clustered there. It's all about Thursday, really. This is my question to you, chat. Thursday's coming. We've got 3 more Maltese sides left in Europe. 2 of them have drawn their first legs at home. 1 of them's 1 away. How many are we getting through? Because my answer is going to be 1. And it's going to be... I'd be amazed if we get more than 1 through. I reckon both of them lose. It feels like 1. It's going all right, Konzi. What, can I call you Konzi? Is that what it's supposed to be? Or just let me know. Win on pens and the other 2 get clapped. Do you know what? That would be... Con. Alright, cool. No worries, man. It's... Yeah. Basically, Tarshin are going to lose to Brighton. Milan are going to beat Goodyear. Do you know? No. I'm going to be bold, chat. I reckon Tarshin win at the Amex. Milan are going to hump Goodyear because they just will, even though Goodyear are an amazing team. I reckon Tarshin beat Brighton. I don't think Brighton have been that good this year. Brighton came 22nd. I know it's England and they'll get ridiculous points, they always do. But they lost to Rangers and Hammarby. They drew with Banik Ostrava, Crvena Zvezda, Austria Wien. Like, England will just win, won't it? Right, okay, come on. And then obviously, if Balzan bugger this, I'll be disappointed as well. Tarshin, that's true, but Tarshin have shown stuff in the knockouts. Ollie, thank you for the follow.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Right, come on, just give me one of them through, but I reckon we're going to get two. I'm being positive for once, chat. I'm trying to manifest it. Allow it, FM. Show me something quality. A penalty and an own goal. Cheers, FM. Go fuck yourself. So a game that probably should have been a draw. So they should have won the home game. They didn't. Should have been a draw in the second game. It's a defeat. Basically, if you're up against an English side in Europe, whatever the XG is, it's going to be one thing lower. If you should win, it'll be a draw. And if you should draw, it'll be a loss. Ay. And that's fair. Bloody hell, lads. Can you not? They've thrown away some more coefficient, but they all lost 1-0. Luckily, they are still through, but that's now 2 more gone. And what does that do to the coefficient? 18 points. It's going to be tough to catch 19 here. They've eked their way through. Yeah, it's Balzan versus Stade Rennais. Tell you what, if they were to get through, I fancy them in the final against Valencia or Mulder. Because Mulder came second, admittedly, but they are also Mulder, so the reputation will be lower. And Valencia were 20th place. Stade Rennais actually were only 8th place. They lost only one game, admittedly, to Basel, drew with Braga, did get 4 wins out of that, but Valencia, they lost to Osijek, Rapid Bucharest, and Eintracht Frankfurt. Thing is, though, because it's French team, I don't see Balzan getting past Stade Rennais, even though they are probably much better than them at this stage. But, you know, we live in hope. The Conference League is where it's at. Does get an extra place on the grid? I mean, I guess if you're going for the title, you've got no choice, right? So England have actually just come out of nowhere this year, by the way, and are now on 21 points. Bear in mind how bad England were doing at one point. Now they're this is what I mean about England. They are uncatchable because of stuff like that. This is what we were expecting from England. It's just taken them a long time to get going. Track will get slower. This is true, actually, yeah. At that point, I suppose you kind of got to send them out and just be like, be careful, right? We've got a chance. We're still in... Are we above Germany, at least? At the very least, because of Germany getting teams knocked out, we are back above Germany again, which means we wouldn't lose top 4. So there's at least... Then again, top 5 sometimes could even be better. So we'll see. I think I signed up anyone who was of any kind of goodness at that point anyway. God, I was just hoping we'd actually get someone... They did so well to get to the quarterfinals, but it's those first legs. Chapel Roan stat. Oh, I like me some Chapel Roan, some Sabrina Carpenter, a bit of Dua Lipa. It's all on my Pink Pilates Princess mix. Put out for F24 during the delay. No. In fact, there are rumours. There's no rumours about it. There is a specific implicit statement from SI that they will not be doing that. So, no. It's the exact opposite of that. They've come out and said very clear that they will not be doing that because of licenses. And also, I think I'd rather them not be working on that instead of the next game. Because I'm still concerned about what the state that's going to be in even 5 months from now. So I feel like as much development time as possible and resources need to be put towards at least making that not absolute horrendousness. Part of me does wonder, though, if the additional game cycle at the moment does mean that the hype for this game around it is going to be more than anything we've ever seen before. It already was going to be because of the transition. But the delay, I think, is actually potentially going to make the hype around it in March going to be even more so. Unless, no, I did not know. Like, I like her, but I don't, like, follow any of these musicians. I just listen to them on Spotify, right? Melita have absolutely annihilated the league. They have dropped a few points lately, though, so they're not going to beat Nashal's record. But they are 15 points clear, and it looks like Marserschlock might make a return to the top flight. Oh, things you love to see. Beersabouche, bottom of the league. So it's not wasted dev time. But it is wasted dev time, because if they're not doing that for FM25. They'd be doing it for FM24. So they would still have to have people that sit there and create the databases and make everything work for FM24. So that is wasted time. Those people would be better off working on FM25. Has he been sacked? Yeah, he was sacked ages ago. But he's been replaced with one of our former players, Didario. we are trying to recover them now, but like it's not as easy as that because no one went on loan. Yeah, he got sacked and then he's also retired too. Yeah, it's not going well for them. They're going to take a little while to recover. They are now an affiliate club of ours, so we can now funnel them players, but most of the players won't go on loan there at the moment anyway. Every 25 we use the same database. Yeah, but you still have to make the database. Okay, I don't think... if I can't explain this any clearer... They don't want to be using time to produce an update for FM24 that could be used to make things for FM25. I don't know how much more clear I can be on it. Like, just because they're making a database for FM25 doesn't mean they can suddenly go, oh, it's FM24's database now. It's just not as simple as that, is it? That's the one and also the licenses too. They won't be able to do it because of the licenses. That's the other reason as well. And the more important reason, it's physically not possible, right? Yeah. We're going to make it one way or another. Yeah, cool. It's a bit like saying, hey, I've got a Range Rover. They're making wheels for it one way or another. Why don't I put them on my bicycle? They can't... It's not just as simple as that, is it? Also, if you want one that bad, just get a third-party one. There's some really good ones out there. Don't pay for them, by the way. If anyone tries to make you pay for one, don't. There's really good updated databases out there that have pretty much everything you want, including the teams in the correct leagues, right? Piash nearly binned it. Albon is in second on my screen at the moment, which is dope. I realise that's probably not going to be the case because everyone will get past him, but still, that's awesome. Blash Krau's now injured. Oh, Krau covers left back, not right back, doesn't he? Oh, of course he won't race. I'm an idiot. But he'll start second. He will not start second. But he'll have the pleasure of not starting second. Ronnie McDade is a fun name. Bit of that. Starts in 724. I don't think you're allowed... I don't think there's any way that you can do that. Lawson's gone P2. No shot. Is this just looking like a pretty nailed-on Lando pole, just with everybody else feuding over the rest of it, though? That's dope. Sergio Perez has just shat himself. And Yuki, for that matter. F25 and F24. I suppose, but I mean, all that sort of stuff for me is just not actually that. It's just updated databases, isn't it, right? Had a second leg set. We won 3-0 in the end, actually. Started really well. Norris and Russell. Wait, for some reason I thought Yuki had gone out. I lost track of who's crashed. Because I'm trying to work out who hasn't crashed at this stage. Landro was on a bicycle. Ooh. There you go, nailed it. Other multis too, they are all out except for Balsan Youth, because unfortunately when you come up against English sides, they will just win games regardless of how much they create. Basically, Tarsheen were the better side against Brighton in the first leg. They drew. They were just as good as Brighton in the second leg, and they lost. Because that's just how it goes. It's not a new thing, unfortunately, in this save. And until they get better rep, it won't stop happening. That's one of the things, actually, that will really help in Poland, is that rep stuff won't happen as soon. Sorry, as in they'll be able to get better rep faster, basically. Who did Balsan play? We actually... they're playing Stade Rennais, actually. Sorry, we do know. They're playing Stade Rennais. Which is... But the winner would play Mulder or Valencia in the final. So, you know, there's a... I think if they can get to the final, there's a chance. Maybe. How does F1 fantasy work? I haven't really done much in terms of fantasy on any sports, really, but I've always been curious about motorsport ones. Lots of Palmeiras guys here. Mercado, Mulder, we know about you. These guys are quite good, but they're all incredibly expensive, these guys. Joao Paulo. It's a shame that he doesn't play for Sao Paulo, really, isn't it? He's good. He's actually quite well-rounded. Mario Sergio is a goalkeeper. We just signed that ridiculous Brazilian goalkeeper, and I don't think we need another one on 10k a week. More rep bias. Sometimes you can overcome it, but it requires them to be a lot better. To the point where it almost can't ignore it. He's quite good as well. But... I feel like I'll save these guys. Maybe look back on them in the summer when they're... But they're 19 as well. They're very expensive. Oh, you're a bit more... 12 jumping reach, though. 21. That's the other downside about him as well. Murat was the one I was really intrigued by, actually. Karaman. He's kind of fun, actually. Norris Rose, Sonoda top 3. That's awesome. So, where's Lawson then? 4th? Second match against Benfica, we won 3-0 in the end. We had a really, really fast start to the game, and then it kind of just petered out. Ockham was 4th. Wow. Still, that's awesome for RB. At least Red Bull have got some teams in the top part of the grid. I like this guy. 19, does have good attributes as well. Insane work rate. He is red injury prone, though, which is a problem. But I like this guy more. Develop at a slower rate, that's fine. We can work with that. He's not super pricey either. Hopefully they'll actually race later. That would kind of suck. Oh, wow, they're actually taking the league appearances. Do you know what? I know that equals 7 million, but most of that is basically us not paying any money. The lesser spotted mid-price... The reason he's a mid-price Turk is because he's at Adana Demirspor. If he was at any of the slightly larger sides, he'd be screwed. Oh, by the way, Timon actually signed for Dortmund in the end, so we can remove him from the list. I liked him, but he felt overpriced. Hello. Oh my god, he's 16 years old. Yeah, the problem is, Meitner, that in FM, Galatasaray, Besiktas, Fenerbahce, their players, even if they're a little bit good, are so expensive in FM, so it's really hard to buy from them a lot of the time. We've got Ivan Dario Del Portillo. It's a very normal sounding name, actually. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, true. High consistency at 16. Fickle is not an issue these days. Composure's so easy to improve. He's only 16, so we won't be able to sign him anyway, I don't think, but... Oh, we will! Wow. The wage worries me, though. I think he's going to want squad player. So it means we'll have to shortlist him and come back for him. Because there's no way we're offering him squad player. I think that's what he's going to want. Potentially, anyway. You can use the default database and modify. It'll be modified, but not by much. It'll be like minor things, because Poland's pretty much set as it is. So we'll have to change a couple of bits. But only for like quality of life stuff, not like the sort of drastic changes we made in Malta, for example. Did Casas come back through? I don't think he did. If he did, he wasn't fully scouted yet. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, we will scout him again. Because fucking hell. Whew. Foreign limit also exposed are so overpriced. Yeah, for sure. I guess if you've got like the lower leagues tunnel, I guess you can probably harvest from there, but I don't know what the quality of the youth intakes there are, right? He's like Felikis. Felikis when you kiss your bros. Yeah, 8 jumping reach at 6 foot is insane. Sounds like quality. Oh, we don't have a bot for that sort of stuff. Yeah, literally. But Polish team. There isn't like front runners for it. It's going to be Wisła Krakow. That is the team that we're going to be doing. It's the perfect time for it because obviously second tier Poland in the Europa League as well. It kind of hits all the boxes. Sandra Silva, Ivan Charles, actually quite cheap. Kovacevic, really crap aerial reach, unfortunately. Oh, no worries, Luke. But yeah, that is the team we're going to be doing. It's going to be Wisła Krakow if we, hopefully. Is that home? I believe it might be a release course. It's weird because it said a range before, didn't it? All the cars around him have crashed. That's gonna be funny as fuck. No foreign players at all. No, what I mean is though, could you not like then be looking at the second and third tier for those players to try to find Turkish players from those clubs, or they're just simply not producing the quality? Karol Shishik. He's actually all right. He's just really expensive. Guys like this, because you find a lot of players like this that don't seem to have the stars but have really nice attributes in Colombia where they're like £2 million or even less. It's when it's like £9 million you're asking to play. Oh, my apologies, sorry. Sometimes I lose track of who's replying to who in chat. I just assume everybody is talking to me. This week's dash cam vids from F1. Oh, Pog does love a dash cam vid. Wow, youngster. Okay. Murat, you are endearing yourself to me even further, bud. Surely, even though he's a youngster, he's not going to go for the contract that I give youngsters, right? Oh my god, he is. Man just took a 7-year deal with no add-ons. Delightful. I mean, maybe that means he's worse, but like his attributes simply aren't. He will 100% do a good job as a backup one day. Maybe find him a nice loan. He's got the work rate. His work rate is astonishingly good. Oh yeah, Glenn Pace is still knocking about. Right, so we need to rotate for Valletta. God, I was kind of hoping we'd get some more like teams in Europe But yeah, he's still there. He does have 27 Malta caps now. So he's at least getting game time. Well, the youth teams, nice. That's actually rare. Even I find with the youth teams, we still seem to fuck it up, and I don't know why. Was it under 23s? Oh, I'll come back to Glenn in a second. How do we even see this? Oh, one defeat for the under 23 squad. 69 points though. Javier did bank 42 goals. This man playing in the under 23s of Malta truly is not fair. He should not be allowed to play in that division. This man should be playing in the Champions League, not in that. But I just don't know why he's so good. He needs a loan, man. 52 non-competitive. Also, Alan Douglas, shout out to him. Unfortunately, his loan spell at Birkirkara has not been good at all. He's made one substitute appearance for them in the league. So he needs a loan spell next year, but at a slightly worse side. So what about the under-19 one? It has to presumably be the under-19s that went flawless. Oh, they didn't. So no one went flawless. They didn't do it either. Vladimir Sanya was actually the top scorer there. Shout out to Senglea being appalling. Oh, nearly. My apologies. Sorry. I got all excited. It feels like you never can. There's always going to be something that happens. Like we were so close with that season against Sweetie where we drew one game. And then you just get those results. Sweetie do win, though. Slima also win. Oh, for God's sake, now they're in there instead of Goodyear. For God's sake. I don't know why Slima are able to do this stuff in the league all the time. Balzan, by the way, are pretty much dead. I would say. He's got 52 in all non-comps. I hate the fact it doesn't count youth teams as comps. It's like, those are competitions. Just have them listed. Just don't count it towards their career stats, right? I think that's how it should be done. Right, full rotation. Moser, VR, Crompton, Maldonado, Crowell, Lahovi, Zims. Babasi's not back yet, is he? Nope. So Crowell's going to have to play right back. And God knows who's going to have to play in here. Oh, good. So Valenhout and Salamander Silva, except Salamander Silva is needed for the next game because Gudmundsson is suspended. So Gudmundsson going to actually play this game alongside this random guy. That'll do. Yeah, Balzan are bottom, and they're also the only team left in Europe for the Europa League. It's kind of crazy how well they've done considering that, right, as well. So, Harabashi Vultures time. You love to see it. Where's my button? And a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1. What
you did. I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
The idea of a 6'6" Vanuatu and centre back does sound kind of fun, and it's something you just wouldn't see in FM. So there is that. It's midfield and midfield. Well, he kind of isn't really a born midfielder either, but it's slightly better. Like, it's an improvement. Not that it really matters. Like, we're miles clear. It's only Valletta. They're only the one disappointing team from Europe this season. They live to disappoint. I say I live to disappoint. To be fair, Valletta can never really disappoint me from now on in the save on account of the fact that they are the only team that isn't us that has won a European trophy. So, really, they get a pass for the most part. 4-0 anyway. And Fofana actually scored. Lahovi with the pen is what he does. Moser didn't score in this game, surprisingly. Goal difference is still higher than points. Yeah, we're not scoring anywhere near as many goals as we used to. There was a time when we truly were just battering teams. Although, in fairness, the other teams have got a lot better. There was that spell when we were much better than everybody else. Now we do seem to win the league by more, but I think that's partly just because the other teams take points off of each other now. There's just more strength throughout the league. Rather have Valletta in Europe than Hibernians. Yeah, probably. Wait, were Valletta in with a shot of actually qualifying for it? I guess we're done now, right? That being said, Birkirkara could still overtake them. And I really hope they do. With 2 games to go, there's still a chance. Because don't we have to play Hibernians? No, we've got Singlair and Tashi, which is obviously cooked anyway. Right. It's just, what I really don't want... What I don't want is Sliema in the Champions League. That's catastrophic. Them in the Europa League is going to be catastrophic as well, but at least it's not Champions League. And Zabar in Europe is... Oh, God, yeah. We can't really afford to have Birkirkara not being in Europe. Considering these guys were in the Champions League this season and have been for much of the last, like... They're usually a Europa League side. And the last couple of years have been Champions League.
Merry Sundat, everyone. How are we doing this wonderful day? Smile.
Hello, son of a quiche. Thank you very much for the 11 months. How the devil are you, friend, on this beautiful day? I say beautiful day. It's actually pretty naff out there, isn't it? This worries me, though. They've never finished... The last time they finished lower than 6th... Well, hang on. The last time they finished outside of Europe was in 2032. That could really cost them if they don't get into Europe. That might be a real problem. Because Birkirkara would... They have some really good loanees that could get absolutely decimated were they to fail to qualify for Europe this year. I don't know why... Oh, as if they've lost... Wait. Gazira have now gone above them as well. Balzan, I think, might almost basically be relegated with that. They all but are now. Sliema will get no points. Zabar losing, though, I guess, is something. Sunny here in Southern Christ, yeah. I don't know what sun is. Lately, it was pissing it down all day yesterday, but it was still kind of warm yesterday, which made it even worse. 1,300 games in management, too, for the City game. We starting off away from home, at least we are. Yeah, that goal difference that Sliema have got, which I don't know how they've managed to get either. We're getting Murat, which is nice. Sorry, Balzan. Yeah, Balzan are not going to survive, which is really annoying. When was the last time they got relegated? Oh, actually, no, it was still a while ago. They've been outside of Europe for the last couple of seasons, at least, so it's not going to be like that. Won't have an amazing squad, but it has still been a good, like, nearly 20 years. Because you're better than Zabar. I think they're kind of much of a muchness. Oh, Bartos is now hurt. He has still knocked up another 27 appearances for Sweet United this season. Yeah, the injured innocuously ones are hilarious. Because they happen a lot. Also, if we were to get to a Champions League final this season, I wonder which player the game will randomly injure during that little period in between. Gorgoni. Oh my god, I forgot about Gorgoni. Gorgoni was the Samarinese dude, wasn't he? Wait, how do we see that? Just by going on their profile. Wait, where did you see that? In, like, records? Oh, yeah, Silvano Gorgoni. 293 league appearances. That was the Samarinese guy we had. In high order. Oh, it's like someone's brought their son. And there he is. Jesus Christ. God, they had a guy get 30 goals in a season. That must have been during a season in the second tier. Seems like every time one of these teams gets relegated, they just grab a 30-goal scorer. Can't remember who he was. Yeah, exactly. What a guy. What the fuck? I thought it was going to sim that game for a second there. Cisse Institute. Love that. Average parents' evening? In it. Right, so I think I've done it all right for that game. Yeah, Gudmundson's suspension means that... Wait, really? Valenhout? No, we got Salamander Silva specifically for this purpose. Centre forward and advance forward. I have honestly not a clue. Because I don't know actually what their attributes are in FM. I've not looked at either of their profiles in probably... I've probably not looked at Shesko's profile at all in FM24. And Ruta, I think I only looked at his profile once, maybe, in the entire game cycle. So I actually have no idea. The one who's more well-rounded is this complete forward, I guess. I don't use that role at all. But... The more rounded player is the one you should play as the complete forward, because the complete forward requires more attributes for the role. So, just looking at our striker, for example. Oh, he's now a legendary striker. Nice to see it. Complete forward adds in things like heading and long shots, as well as vision and teamwork, and things like jumping reach. It just requires more attributes, basically, to be good at. So, yeah, whoever's more well-rounded is the guy you want, basically. But basically, he is not going to make the second leg. He'll be back for the final, were we to reach it, but he's not going to be playing in this tie, I don't think. Kravitz is back, but I can't really afford to play him either, even though Callum Brooks is an absolute penis. God, I wish Kravitz could play in this game. Right. Okay. Goal celebrations, if only. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Okay, this system is annoying. Oh, it's Freddie Sands again. They've got an Ecuadorian. Where did they get him? You bastards. They stole a nice Ecuadorian player. That's usually our cup of tea. We missed out on Byron Rodriguez for £2 million from Barcelona, the other one. City paid 83 million for him. That's so annoying. Better at playmaking. I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, I can't even think of the profiles of most of these types of players. If his name was Ecuadorian, that'd be even better. Just James. Wait, was he just called James? Oh, yeah. You mean James, or I guess James. Probably just James at that point, right? What are we saying? It is James Diaz Quitter. Nothing says low ambition like being called Quitter. So, hopefully, he'll be substituted after 25 minutes. That's the plan. Oh, I imagine Shasko's way better in FM. Yeah, for sure. It also depends on what season you're in, I suppose, right? I need a quick pee break, chat, but luckily, I've got you a cheeky little whiz quiz. I'm going to go grab myself a Beppis. So I shall return momentarily. It was Rate Alakidze, or Alexidze, something like that. A guy called Ratty. What more could you want? Not a name I'd heard of until this morning. Also, you'll notice I'm sans Beppis. Turns out I forgot to put any in the fridge, so I come bearing no Beppis. I'm a disappointment to us all. Right, we move. Okay. Something about this game doesn't feel right. I actually don't think we get past City here. I get the feeling that we'll be able to beat them at home, but something tells me we're just going to get an absolute dunking on in this game. Oh, yes. Boo, whip, bip, boo. Sorry, bodies. My apologies. Also, thank you for the nice comment on the VOD about the house. That was very kind of you. It also shows who watched to the very end of the VOD. Right, Nagelsmann City. It's a good old team. I think what we really need in this away leg is a bit of boring Sirens, actually. Keep it tight. Keep it solid. What am I without Beppe? I mean, indeed. I feel like I've lost my entire purpose, Thomas. I'm listless. I'm like a rudderless ship. How good are the boys now? The boys are very good. We're talking 4 Champions Leagues in 6 years good. And hopefully about to be 5. Back of the house. None of that sort of stuff is occurring at the moment, of course. We're still going through the process of, like, getting the references and all that sort of stuff checked. So, like, the application and everything has been accepted and everything. It's no longer on the market. The letter's agreed and everything. It's just, you know how it goes with moving house and stuff like that when it comes to renting and things. It takes a little while for them to do the reference checks and things. But once we get the all clear on that, basically the handover date, per se, if you like, is the 12th. Oh, go on. Square it. Oh, that was genuinely amazing football from us. Absolute scenes. And again, Gonzalo Reynoso in the games when it matters most. Why are you moving? Because expensive, innit? And like, it's time. It's nice. We wanted it closer to Pog's work, better internet, more importantly. Like, there's just so many factors, and I know there's some personal stuff as well, right? But yeah, that was genuinely lovely football. That's the sort of goals that you don't see very often in FM, and I feel like sometimes you should see them more, because you actually see a lot of goals like that in real life on counter-attacks. It's like in the boring games. True, but like, it works because in these big games, he does come up. Yeah, in a way. It's just about moving things, progressing things, right? New area, but it's a city I've always had a soft spot for, so I'm really kind of excited. I'm really excited about it. Be cheaper for Pog to get to work, so saves money on that one. I'll obviously be able to get much better internet as well, which is tremendous too. Kingsley, no, Kingsley City. Is that City? Go on, Reynoso back post header. Oh my god, he actually won it. God, Moser does need to improve on that, but he's not far off on that, to be honest. But it's these kind of games. I do wonder if we're going to find that Moser doesn't have that big game mentality that Reynoso does, and it wouldn't be surprising, because it seems like the latest crop of players that we keep bringing through seem to not be having it. Yeah, it's going to be a stressful one, obviously, because it is, and just finding things, you know. The sofas is actually going to be the most difficult part. Trying to find a sofa, just trying to find well, not even furniture, sofas specifically. Furniture is easy to find. Sofas, that's the tough part. If anyone happens to be selling a sofa or wants to get rid of one, hit me up. I'm dead serious. Right, 1.5 half time. We're cruising. Yeah, I am now Christian Horner. It's true. I do whine a lot. It is nice to be excited about things. Today, it's been a bit of a rough year in places, so this is nice to just have a bit of positivity there. Ridiculously expensive they are, which is why I'm just like, I don't get it. I think British Heart Foundation is the king, though. I think that's probably what we're going to end up doing, basically. If they're global chat, I will drive to Denmark to take your sofa. Basically. Yes, god damn it. Good save. Very good save. Now, BHF is great. We went in there yesterday, and there was a few options in there that looked pretty solid. But the thing is, we walked in there, and the first sofa we saw was literally £900 in British Heart Foundation. I'm like, why would you bother at that point? Just buy it from fucking Argos. But yeah. Daz with a gifted sub to Sofa. Thank you, Daz, and thank you, Sofa. That's one sub down on the Sofa Fund. Costs more than an actual brand from IKEA stuff. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I loved it as well. I was looking on the internet, and it was just to see if I could find any places to get cheap. Because obviously you got your Facebook Marketplaces and BHF. That's like the two. But problem is, Facebook Marketplace, when it comes to sofas, is just 90% scams. Oh, it's free. Inquire about the price. It's like, fuck you. Also, account made 2024. Again, fuck you. DFS, no way. Crazy. You smug bastard. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I looked on the internet. I find that Reddit's kind of helpful with that, because it's like questions and answer type of thing. And the person was just like, yeah, looking for some cheap sofas, because I'm moving. Got a budget of £1,200. I'm like, sorry, £1,200 cheap. Pick one. Like, go on. Ah, we'll figure it out. But yeah, it'll probably. Luckily, BHF in Cambridge do actually deliver, so that should be okay. It's just a lot of things. I'm going to basically, like I said, furnish most of it with just stuff from B&M. That's the plan anyway. I'll be using their entire Tromsø collection.
This result is Sofa so good.
I don't think it's about to be any Sofa so good in a minute, though, because I think City are about to score. This highlight's way too long, and they've got the ball. There. Oh my god, that should have been a goal, probably. Thank you, though, for the 100 bits. That's very, very kind of you. Beanbags. As you say, I don't think I'd be able to get out of a beanbag were I to get into one at this point. It would be bad times. Yeah, they've got a at B&M. They have a whole selection of furniture stuff called Tromsø. It's all like flat pack stuff, but it's so cheap. Auctions, I don't know. Papa, I wouldn't even know where... This is why I'm asking, chat. I don't know where to look for stuff like this. So I have no idea. That was a genuinely awesome save. Yeah, this one has a garden as well, chat. It's got a weird garden because it's like garden and then a random L bit at the end with a shed. Streaming room. Yes, I do. It's got an office room that has Ethernet ports in it as well. So the previous tenant was actually work from home as well, and the landlord installed upstairs Ethernet for them, which is awesome. So it means I get to benefit from that. He walked so I could run. We'll go for a bit of that. Brooksy's done okay today, actually. So yes, I'll actually have my own office to stream from, which means we can do a lot more stuff with things, you know. Reynosa's done well. I do wonder if half an hour of Moser, though, could actually benefit us. Standard Facebook Marketplace does not work. It really doesn't, Con. I looked at it earlier and I just couldn't see anything that wasn't a scam. Okay, there's like one or two here or there. But most of it was just like listed price for free, listed price for $0, and then you go on it and it's just like inquire about price. It's like, fuck yourself. And it's obviously a scam anyway. Usually 20% off. The problem is 20% off at DFS is like £800. So they're like, it's technically cheaper, but it's also still an absolute rip-off. That's the issue. BHF is like, we're talking like £100, £150 at BHF, and that's... Bear in mind, it was only the first sofa. They claimed it was a brand. I'm like, I give no shits about the brand of my sofa. But yeah, I want to try and find a nice corner sofa or something. So I'm sure we'll be able to find one from BHF, just to keep looking, right? At least they deliver. They are great, to be fair. My parents have had so much luck over the years. I think my parents have got sofas from BHF for about the last 20 years. And the last one they paid £50 for a full 3-piece suite. It's just like insane deals. Now, this was a fair while ago, so obviously things will have gone up by a bit since then, but it's still awesome. I think Facebook Marketplace will be better for me to get things like fridges, because this has a washing machine, but no other white goods. Don't serve on day one. No, you don't, but it's also nice to be able to sit down in your house. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be sat on camping chairs for too long. Couch in the English language. The difference is that nobody uses the word couch in the English in like UK English, unless they are American or trying to talk to American. Like couch. If you were to say couch in the UK, people would assume you were American. So yeah, that wouldn't bring up any new searches. Although someone might have listed it under a couch instead of a sofa, so that's an interesting idea actually. We're 2-0 up at City, by the way. Crompy Wompy's just scored. Hardest nation to build a nation with in terms of registration rules. It'll be one of the ones that has like a really strict foreign player limit. That'll be the toughest one. SETI, yeah, but nobody really says SETI anymore. This is season 28. To be fair, I must say I do say SETI as well sometimes, but like I feel like you never see it written down. It's strange to say that, but do you know what I mean? Couch potato, and that's essentially just an American idiom anyway, isn't it? But you never see anything listed. Even if, like, I would generally say SETI instead of a sofa as well, but if I was listing one, I would still list it as a sofa. Fuck off. I'd still list it as a sofa. Should have couch, you mean your settee? Remaining spread. Yeah, it'll be whoever has the toughest rules on foreign players. That's who will be the toughest building a nation, pretty much. Because it'll be very difficult for you to strengthen the league without doing it. Couch hunting IR. Or bring you guys along with it. Oh, what a... We should have... We've actually dominated them here. This is the kind of performance that was just footstool or poof. Footstool. For settee, loads of people. No, legitimately loads of people say settee. Only if you bring Ellis. Away days, sofa hunting. Please inquire about the price. Yeah, no, I'm more of a footstool man than a poof. They had some in Dunelm yesterday, but they just didn't look very nice. I have a horrible feeling this is going to finish 2-2. They're actually going to score off this play, aren't they? We're going to randomly give the ball away. Or it's a long highlight that ends up with us actually making it 3-1, which we should have done already in this match. Zimmy's done a pretty impressive job in these games without Babasi. Oh, hello. A bit of space for Brooksy here. Hello. Wait a minute. It's no, imagine Uri Lahovi scores here. Oh, it's a good chance, but that's a tough one for him. As if we've only won this game 2-1 at the moment. At least it's the away game. Matto, Ellis and Stumpeg go so far. That's great. Neve, genuinely, whenever I see Neve or clips of her on various social things, she is just like a cut above everyone else in the room in those situations. It's just puts them to shame knowledge-wise. I'm doing great, man. Amateur, how's it going, man? Should I just make a random video of it? Just sofa hunting. Just me and Pog in random charity shops in Cambridge. A posh person. I guess. In UK English, a different sort of emphasis on the word is also a homophobic slur. Like a lot of words in the English language as it happens. Quinn. Oh, is there Scout? Yeah, no, totally. I did enjoy her. There was a video she did with Ellis not even that long ago where they were going football shirt hunting in charity shops too. Follow some brain dead guest going, yeah, no, literally, exactly that. It was when she was talking about Bastoni, I think, she was talking about Bastoni. And the guy was just like, yeah, but Mbappe. It's like, all right, cool. Thanks for the insight. Change storage. Oh. Can you, well, yeah. But you've been homophobic. Make all the jokes you like. Everyone knows I am the primo best man for gay weddings, as you know, chap. So, you know, if anyone's having a gay wedding and wants another best man, I'm in. It's what I do. It's my niche. The Mighty Sirens are actually smashing it. If we can win the Champions League this year, it'll be our 5th in 7 years. And it would be our 2nd in a row. It'd be the 2nd time we've done 2 in a row. So scared of that. It's another gay wedding. Viking here, of course, being the one recipient, me being his best man at the only non-gay wedding that I've been best man at was Vikings. Or is Danica just not telling us something? You know? That's what I do. If you want the okayest best man, I'm your man. I'll get the rings stuck in my suit jacket. I'll mix them up, particularly when both grooms were called Matt. That's difficult. Yes, baby. Bestest man. Okayest man. I was a terrific best man for Viking. I put the ring boxes on the windowsill so I didn't lose them or anything. Although, admittedly, it was much easier at Viking's wedding because there was not. This was during COVID in 2021, which means happy wedding anniversary, Viking, from a couple of weeks ago. Only a few of us were actually even allowed in the room. It was the best I could afford. Oh, we had such a great time. It was a really fun day. Some digging. Seriously, Gordo, that is actually fucking sick. Gordo, seriously, thank you for that. That's much better than anything I found when I was looking earlier. We have had a look at scout reports, but we'll do it again right now anyway. No, this is why I was sat there earlier thinking to myself before stream, like, how can you leverage the power of chat to help you with this problem? Because there's a few issues I have in life sometimes where I'm like, you know what, chat genuinely can be of help to me here, right? Which is a rarity. But, like, I'm thinking to myself, like, how can chat... This is why earlier I sincerely said to you, if you have a sofa that you're willing to sell to me, I'm not joking, I will buy it off of you. That was... I drink and I know things. Apparently you do. Seriously, that was great. Free Ivory. Whoa. So I'm glad you spot things like this. My brain was still on sofas. Oh, he is. And his name's Guy Sorrow. I guess Guy Sorrow, right? You make the most of what you got, right? I've got you guys, and sometimes that, in these situations, is extremely... The amount of things I've found out through chat in the past, actually, is very, very helpful. For a second, I was on the same boat. It's like, oh, free Ivorian? How many seats? Not scouting youth national teams. No. So we don't do youth national team scouting because I find it to be inefficient. We actually talked about this on the last stream, but essentially, if you're scouting youth national teams, manually, because there's no other way of really doing it. I mean, you could do it with your scout reports, but that is really inefficient. Sending your scouts to scout youth national teams is a waste of time. But if you're doing it manually, which is what I assume you mean, where you're like going to the national teams themselves, selecting the players and right-clicking and go and get scout report, the reason I don't do that anymore is because 99% of the players you find doing that are shit, but it wastes your scouts' time by doing it. So they're spending all their time looking at these crap players, for the most part, in order to find one guy that's kind of good. Whereas the scouting method we use now allows us to cut through that and go straight to the slightly higher echelon players without having to waste our scouts' time, because then we can assign them to look at those players and actually just get a scout reports on them, essentially, which is what we're doing, which is what we were just checking right now. So, for example, this here is a filter that we use that is basically a giant funnel that funnels any of the players that come through our team reports in, but it will only show team report players on this list due to this wonderful box here. So these are players that we technically haven't scouted, but we also have using the team report method, and this allows us to triage it, essentially, and this just captures them all in like a big search, and then we can have a look like this, and that way I don't waste our scouts' time looking at crap players, because were we to be scouting players from these clubs, for example, our scouts would be bringing back reports with players like this, whereas this cuts right through it. It's brilliant. That's the sort of the TLDR, so to speak. No, there's no way we get Babasi. And it allows you to focus on more clubs. Apple Worku. Oh, look, it's... How many points are England getting? 21 points. England are going to have like a 25 point. This might honestly be the year that like ruins us, honestly. England have done what we thought they were going to. Video showing that, I already have. I have a video showing that, and I also have a second video, which is about the ultimate form of scouting, which also shows that. So yes, exclamation mark team report for the specific video about this. The video about the team reports doesn't have this in it, because we didn't discover this until midway through the game cycle. So it's a slightly less efficient way of doing it, but it's the same method. And then in the ultimate scouting one, which is the one that Bay Hudson's just put in chat, that I also talk about the method, but it's slightly more condensed, basically. But yeah, by combining this filter with the scouting method, it just saves you a bit of time. It means that basically you don't have to like go into each scout report when it comes through like this and look at each individual team, basically. This way it just puts them all into one big menu, and you can just do it as long as you do it every 30 days or within 30 days, you'll be fine, because those team reports only last 30 days. Any national team until 22. That's the thing. So it allows you to get in there before they get to national teams, and you'll notice that sometimes you'll find a guy at Barcelona, like that Ecuadorian guy, they probably signed him long before he got towards any national teams. I hope so too, but I'm How to Build a Nation video, I already did. It's called How to Build a Nation. But I am building a loan farm video at the moment. Like a proper comprehensive loan farm guide. But obviously last week I basically didn't have any chance to do any work other than stuff on houses. Whereas tomorrow I've got to do a recap video. I'm going to start recording some bits for the loan farm video while I'm in there. 0-0 at home. Let me guess, they were the better side. Yep, okay. Didn't have a shot on target, admittedly, but they'll lose the second leg 1-0 with like no XG. Crumpy to start the second match. He's not ideal, but also Crumpy did score the second goal, so he's a quality player. That's why with team meetings I just ignore them. You can sometimes just go with what your assistant says to do, but it just doesn't feel right, you know. T.O., thank you for the follow. Yeah, New Balzan boss has not done a very good job, and I wonder if it's because he's balanced. Are they actually officially relegated now? Not quite, but damn near relegated. Oof. Oofy. What's the plan for After Malta? The plan for After Malta is Outcast 2 Icons, baby. And it's going to be hype. Next video on a sofa scouting? Maybe. Maybe. I should have asked the guy that I recognised me in Dunelm yesterday if he knew anywhere to get sofas. I mean, he was in there. He had purpose, right? He might know. But no, seriously, Gordo, that thing you found, I'll have a proper look at it later, but it looked promising, potentially. I would love them to do that, because it would just help us out. But we don't really do that anymore, do we? Camper of the season. So, yeah, OTI would be super fun. And honestly, if England continue having seasons like they are, I mean, the fact is, England are now on 22 points this shit. So, as much as we were saying we go to the 26th one, they're probably going to put down a season of the same kind of quality this year, which is going to make it so difficult. What are you going to say? Like I just said, either the plan is, one sec, sorry. 25th, the end of next season, potentially we could get hit with a financial crisis the same way that we did in 2032 and 2042. If that was to happen, curtains, because that would cost us 5 years of progress in the save while we recovered the values, and by that point we wouldn't be able to fund our transfers in that period. So we'd basically, us and the other Maltese sides would basically lose any competitiveness in Europe. We'd still be able to compete, but they would immediately suffer. All their best players would get pillaged on the cheap by the European clubs, so they'd be fucked. So that's the one. However, we've got some bad years that we're losing in the next couple of years, which will allow us to potentially make some ground up. I'm thinking if that's not the case, this year here might be our last chance. When England lose this 26-point season, that might be our last real chance. Beyond that, it would probably get a bit samey. Because then you're just like spinning. This season is possible. No, this season could not possibly be the end. Because we are at the end of this season. So next season could be the end, but yeah. First streaming news. Well, the thing is, the new place technically we'd be able to get into from not this Tuesday coming, but the next one. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to stream in there because I wouldn't have any internet or anything. But I don't know when that's exactly going to be. There'll be like a transition period, right, where I'll be moving stuff over. But again, we haven't technically, we have not technically got the house yet. We have, but we haven't, Bug or intentional? It's a bug. Have we won the Champions League? Yes, we've won 4 Champions Leagues. But yeah, I do want to make sure that we win the most titles in Malta as well. But also, I want to make sure that the content is still entertaining and enjoyable for people, right? That's important to me as well. Is that boss? Hang on, wasn't that the first leg though? Oh, it was. Sorry, for some reason, because there was no other score, I just assumed that was the first leg. But no, you're right. They drew the first leg 0-0. So, Barca in a final. We love a good Iberian club in finals. Every single final we've played against a team from Iberia, or the Iberian area of Europe, we have beaten. That's the new updated, because we have to include Porto in it too. Wait a second. Is that a Luxembourger at Paris Saint-Germain? Oh my god, what a bloody... Peninsula, that's the word. Cape Verde and Luxembourg. There's a guy from Cape Verde and Luxembourg at Paris Saint-Germain. What a beautiful... Oh, yeah, when I'm jangling them keys. Basically, I mean, it'll be official essentially once they've finished the reference checks. Once they've come back, don't come back and go. I was really worried basically that they were going to come back and ask for stuff that I simply couldn't provide. Things like, it was like, oh, you need an accountant's letter. I'm like, well, I don't have an accountant. But it's much more simple than that. They knew, we give them all the information about everything. The landlord had already agreed to this based on the information we gave them, so they knew I was self-employed. They knew my job. They knew the circumstances surrounding everything. So it'd be a bit weird if they suddenly went, oh, actually, No, you can assign any scout you want. I try to assign a good one, but honestly, it really doesn't matter. We're going to get a tour. I guess so, yeah. Yeah, let's find out. I've never been... What is this whole Maidstone thing, Inferno? I've missed this joke today. I kind of do want to sign this guy at some point, because Cape Verde, Luxembourg. Come on now. The ridiculous Bobby Reed Evo? Yes. Yes, I would. Would you like to... Oh, you should see my Ryan Sessegnon. 86 rated Ryan Sessegnon. With a shadow, he has 98 pace. He's basically the ultimate left back. There's no one he can't catch. It's incredible. Doggos, I don't believe so. Man who was banned from Mason for doing crimes. But which man? Oh, was there another EFIT that looked like me? Has anyone got a copy of the EFIT? I missed this. I always like seeing criminals that look like me. Because I'm a criminal of Football Manager. So which Evo is this? Is this the Jude one? Or is this the winger one? It's just nice to see Bobby Reed like that. It's just nice to see Bobby Reed. Okay, Reynoso, Hojaro, and Pereira, Brooks, because we can get through this without Kravitz. Zimmer is cooking. Peters has 21 assists. Tell you what, he's still close. Bag of tricks. Oh, I didn't get the Jude one, obviously, because I hadn't played FIFA in years. But I also have Dibley Diaz as one of my Evos, even though he plays for Northampton because he's on loan from Fulham. I have no idea how I'm going to use him, but no other Fulham player fitted into it, so I just had to do it. Obviously, I'm back down to Division 8 again now, anyway. I was on Crime Watch. Oh, at least she walked past in the background. I thought you were going to imply that she was the crime. Why is Gudmundsson... There we go. Wait, no, we're not doing that. I just realised I didn't actually even set the lineup. I was just admiring the work of myself from the previous game. I probably should put Babasi on the bench, actually, just in case we get an injury to Zimmer and somebody has to come on. Yeah, I didn't get the Jude one. Or is this the one? Oh, direct limit to the... Oh, God. It's not great, is it? I must admit, it's not amazing. Where is Blash? I don't believe Blash was registered for the squad because the plan was to... I think we had to take him out to put Maldonado in. What did I do at Maidstone? I mean, what didn't I do in Maidstone? Furniture thief. Right. He looks like a regen, yeah. Are you saying I look like Rylan? I'm not having that. Isn't Rylan's name like Derek or something? His actual name? Yeah, I think we had to drop Blaj out of the squad because of Maldonado. And I'd kind of forgotten that he was here, honestly. Right. We're winning from the first leg. Anything but a defeat. And we're in the final again. And I get the feeling we'll be the only ones in the final today. Police sketch art. They're using that AI. Right. Okay. Oh, wait, I just praised the team. What are you doing? Ross Rich. Oh, I prefer Derek. It just sounds better. Also, just on the topic of that, there was a... Not of Ryan, I should stress, because for what I'm about to say, believe me, I am very much not in context with Ryan, in context with the word Derek. There was a security guard at Pog's work who just mysteriously got fired. Hello, Hajarum with another goal. That's onside, right? Yep. Turns out it was for noncing. So there you go. Come on. Yeah, any finals we get to today, we would watch today. Also, Hajarum scoring a back post header is an unusual one for us there. This little touch from Zimmer to take it past his man and just loop that in for Hajarum is brilliant work. All the business... Yeah. Well, Pog's one was because they found it in the newspaper, because obviously stuff like that is always he's always like talked about in the crime section because it's all in the Crown Court, which is all public record, right? And someone found it on like Cambridge News or something. So that's fun. What it actually was though, was the thing. But it turns out that he'd got a job and somehow passed background checks despite that. And then they found out about it, and that's when he was then fired. They're always not good. Yes, indeed, yes. We're actually doing it. We're genuinely doing it as things stand right now. Like, very little possession in this game right now, but we've got the goal. And that's all we need. Like, they have to score 2 just to take us extra time here. We're in great nick. Particularly for a note, I can pop this aside for Peters. Go on, have a go. Okay, fair enough. I love the patience on Peters. Or go for a Guthmanson runner. He's all the way through, you know. Pulls it back. Okay. We are overplaying this remarkable... imagine if that was given as a penalty. Right, come on, Zimmy. Another assist, perhaps? The patience is insane. Oh, Peters. Oh, my God, it's 2. The patience on the play. Oh. Just someone that Pog worked with. Yeah, it's like... That happened to M's parents. There was this random person that used to drink with him in the pub, and then that all went down, didn't it? That was... Look at this little touch to take it past the City defender there and just pings it. Goalkeeper has not done well there. Not at all. Yeah, bear in mind, with these, like, Evas, I'm not trying to maximize anything, really. I'm just putting Fulham players in that fit because I want high-rated Fulham players that I can actually sort of use. That's why I'm still gutted I missed out on that Traore. I'm still trying to save up to get myself that Trailblazers Anthony Robinson, but then also my Ryan Sessegnon Evo is basically better anyway, so I might not bother. Guthmanson, and it's 3. We're 5-1 up against City in the semi-final, and Hajarum has scored a brace. You get a job. Yeah, so they're doing something in the UK. Is it called a... Chat, forgive me if I'm wrong about this. I'm sure some of you work in this industry. It's called a DBS check, I believe, right? Which is supposed to flag things like that. Is it DBS? Yeah. We were. I love how we've had an easier time against Man City than we've had against Benfica. It's like 111,000 coins at the moment, but like my Ryan Sessegnon, like I said, is as good. He genuinely is. 86 rated, 98 pace, great physicals, and he's got like Anticipate Plus as well, which is or is it Intercept Plus? Either way, he's incredibly good for just like nicking the ball off of people when they randomly get past me. Or Brooksy for 4? It's 4. Sirens 4, Manchester City 0. Oh, of course you do, because he plays for City, doesn't he? Pass and fails just flags up. Oh, really? Oh, I suppose, true. Yeah, but I mean, you know, what else can you check for, right? This is incredibly good for us. Yeah, the comeback from City is going to hurt, isn't it?
Contracted syphilis just 2 blocks.
Yeah, Brooks and Zimzims have done well as backup. We've had 1.1 XG and we're 4-0 up here. Agent with no 47. Thank you very much for the follow. We did not deserve to be 4 up in this game, but we will take it. After that first leg against Benfica, karma. with the new testing. I mean, hey. Speaking of testing, has anyone heard anything about that yet? Like, or is that just like not going to be a thing anymore, do you reckon? A leak out of the FA Cup? No way, which was that? Yeah, what should be like no highlights in the second half at all now? I'm feeling like, honestly, with the comfortable nature of this game, it makes sense to bring Kroenke on again and also give Mosey Wozy a little run out. And truthfully, give some fitness for Kravitz. But basically, he's not quite fit enough for that. Peters can come off as well. Jarrow might be on a hat-trick, but there's no reason to risk him at this stage, right? Don't have time for testing. Well, they've got, like, a lot of time to do. Like, they've got till March. In addition, also it makes me think that I couldn't have picked a better time to move, because remember, if the game had progressed at a normal speed, right, I'd be trying to move basically during the beta period, which would be the worst possible thing to do. Oh, hello. God, they're pushing here. Wait a minute. What was that? He just got to the byline, right by the goalpost, and then just looped it to the back post. Use 5 defenders. Then I would sort of indicate that you maybe haven't seen anyone play FM before, because that's mad to me. Doesn't everyone... 5 defenders are like really common in Football Manager, no? Didn't the Germans got to like the finals of the FIFA World Cup with 5 defenders? Sorry, the FIFA E World Cup, right? Must be rubbish. This is the Champions League semi-final. So they're not as good as you'd think they would be. They're like worse than United, although they did knock United out. Yeah, I think back fives are pretty common, right? I've come up against a couple already in the match of the delay, I think. Might be wrong about that, actually. Wouldn't deny them even a shot on target here. And to think I was worried about City. There we go. Champions League final again, and it's going to be Barcelona in the final, and you know what we do against Iberian teams. It's time. Freddie's not had a good game there. Aren't you glad we didn't sign him? No, his name is Lucas Zimmer, but when you get a guy called Lucas Zimmer, most common to be honest, yeah, it is. But there's a difference between most common and I've never seen it before. Do you know what I mean? Ford Focus is a very common car. Guy on a penny farthing doesn't see it. You know what I mean? There's a nuance in between those two things, I suppose. Although, I must admit, Guy on a penny farthing, much cooler. Match of the delay is basically, it's a 20-team content creator competition where each of us has been given charge of a Premier League side. And we're doing matches against each other we're basically playing a 38-game season against each other in a giant tournament. It's really cool. Play Barca in the final. There we go. Have that come cool. Yeah, I've had loads of 5 at the back systems. Bolton, we use 5 at the back. I've just used it quite a lot. The reason I like 5 at the back this year is because wingbacks are stupidly all matches at the same time. I'm not sure I understand the question. Would what be all matches at the same... Oh, match of the delay. No. That would be impossible, wouldn't it? It's 38 games. It's being played over the course of 38 seasons. Like 38 weeks or whatever. The video's been released on Hood's channel. But yeah, the reason I like back 5 here is because wingbacks are so overpowered this year, particularly if you've got the right attributes on them, that this is, for me, the best way to utilise them. Tatum Mengi. Oh, he was so good as a libero in that team. Match of the leg over. I can't really tell you because I don't want to spoil things, because I don't know what's actually been released so far. Have any of the matches actually come out yet, or is it just the announcement video? Because I don't want to like give you spoil. But I'm managing Tottenham, by the way, in it. So that to just temper your expectations for a minute there, chat. I'm managing Tottenham. First later today. Oh, really? Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Because my first game is against Bournemouth, which is managed by Limo. So yeah. So I just realised I'm a little bit ahead because obviously we're having to record ahead of it, and I'm going to have to get really ahead of it for the move. So far with... I'll give you a little stirrup. The knockouts. Balzan are the only non-us team left in it, but we are in the Champions League final. We'll try one time. Hey, it's just... I believe that most tactics in FM, most shapes can work, provided you put the right roles and instructions and players within those tactics, right? We've won games with some absolutely heinous tactics in this save. We played a tactic in a Champions League game where it was literally 2-2-2-2-2-2. 2 defenders, 2 DMs, 2 CMs, 2 AMs, 2 strikers. All in the middle. And we were actually the better side in that game. You can... Aaron and I won the Croatian Cup in a literal esports event playing We Want This, which is another one of our meme tactics. Strikerless was meta. Remember when 3 strikers was super OP? Like FM18, I think. all at the same time. No, bear in mind, it's not a network game. That's the thing. It's all done in versus mode. So we are assigned the games, and then we play them with exported squads specifically provided for us in versus mode. So it's not like a network game or anything. We only have to be in a network. We only have to be in a lobby with the person we're playing against on that particular day. Yeah, it was randomly drawn. It would have been cool if I'd got Fulham, but Jake's got Fulham. What have you done, Don? Let me give you your points back. So yeah, you can play. I mean, Sai, I believe, has already played like 14 games, which is crazy. Chelsea into the final against Milan. Yeah, fuck you. So there we go. It's predictable. It's the same shit. This is why it's going to be so hard. Because of the reputations. They have a higher rep, they'll win. Balsam were the better team in the first game. Draw 0-0. No, I mean, how many players? It can. It's just not for a long period of time. Like, to give you an idea, when we did Zealand's Euros playthrough, for example, that was a network game that had 24 people alone as different teams all attached to it. And that was all in one network game. Plus other people in the save file as well. So it can be done, but it's... You know, in this and over the league format, obviously it's completely...
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Have a transfer battle. You couldn't really do that, though, because, like I said, it's not being played in an actual save file. All the data is being exported from each individual game, and then that way they can handle it themselves. Continue. I think he learned for that night. JJS, thank you very much for the follow. Right, so it's just us, which means that 19 points. We're probably going to end up with somewhere around the same points as last season, which is impressive when you consider that we had 8 teams in Europe this year. But England have done England things, so 22, they'll probably get a bit more, actually. Sleeper, I don't know if they've actually... There's still a chance, I mean, they're going to be in Europe. We know that for a fact. What we don't want is them in the Champions League. That could be catastrophic for us. It sort of gets us to the point where you're then starting to think to yourself, I wonder if that financial collapse could come along soon and just put us out of our fucking misery. Yeah, England have done the rubber band like we thought they would. It's not been quite as bad as we thought they would, but at one point it looked like it wasn't going to happen at all. But in the end, England of England. Yeah, they've got Chelsea in the Europa League final. Because it's Stade Rennais versus Valencia in the Conference League, Milan versus Chelsea in the Europa League, and us versus Barca in the Champions League. Slima drew against Zabar, which is great news. Gudja move ahead of them, at least for the time. Sweetie need to win their game, basically, is what we need right now. Tarshin are now safe, basically. They literally are. So that's that. Bikikara, the drop points from Hibernian is good. How do you do the save? Trying a long time. When you say trying for a long time, what do you mean? Like, what have you tried? 'Cause I'm trying to understand like what the situation is so I can advise you going forward, basically. Try hard in the summer to offer out lots of loan swaps. Doesn't make any difference. You can't offer out players that they don't want to go. I'm not going to spend an entire stream just sat there doing part exchanges with clubs that are just saying no every time. In addition, you'll find actually, because I tried this over the winter, clubs will actually agree a lot of these and they just fall through straight away because the player ain't interested. I actually had a deal agreed to send some really good players on loan because the club were fine with it, but then they just say no. So part exchange as well. Also, if they do agree to it, they'll pay insane fees, which just kind of mods and stuff. Okay, so presumably you mean like a database mod. So we have our own special custom database that we used that adds Malta in as a playable nation, basically. That's how we're doing Malta, if that's what you're asking. F and Creator Series is today. If you mean the match of the delay, then I believe the first video that's like proper stuff is tonight. That's what chat informed me anyway, which is cool. But basically, he's back. We need to give him some football to get those match sharpness back up. Right. Okay. Second layer are pretty much effed anyway, I believe. So, Moser into the game. Interesting. Age video. It's not really coming along at the moment because, like I said, I've spent the last week doing stuff with the house, so I can't do everything at once, right? It was either work on agent video, not have house, or work on house and not do agent video immediately. I haven't found the right... What I haven't found so far is actually the right players for it. I did a couple of sims when I was talking to Hadrian last week, but I haven't managed to find... wow. Oh, good. Just as well we started him instead of Reynoso. I haven't managed to find the right scenarios yet for it. Yeah, to start getting better players. Oh, it's a proper grind, but you have to push it. to get it through. Like, there's the Lone Farm video too. These are all videos I'm working on, but I just... Priorities, right? Like, I know I need to get them done, but I'll be having more time tomorrow, but I've got to do a recap video tomorrow. So that will take up most of the day doing that. I will have some time to work on a bit of the Lone Farm video, because I'm just recording bits of it as I go along, so I can show proper real-life in-save examples of me doing things, rather than trying to explain it from a distance, if you like. I want to be able to show people the June 2nd trick, me actually using it, and all that sort of stuff when I can, yeah. Malta is so tough because of the rep, yeah, for sure. Hajari's just got another Hattie, which is dope. Singlair really didn't deserve that, did they? But they've got it anyway. Did you touch grass yet? Nope, not for a while. Any more views of houses? I haven't. I don't need to view any more houses at the moment because we have, in theory, got one. Fingers crossed. But it's like, the best way I can describe it, this is one of these, describe it to me in FM terms situations. Essentially, I've agreed terms on the contract for the transfer fee, essentially, even though it's a rental, but you follow me. The contract has been agreed with the agent. We're just waiting for the player to accept. Yeah, that's where we're at right now. Moser that's him done. So it's just as well Reynoso is available to us, because that's him out of the Champions League final. Terrific. So I guess you could argue that that's the injury. Backroom staff are not offered you the job. Yeah, we're getting there. It should just be a formality at this point. Because is it loan to buy? No. Was it first choice? It was the only choice. But yes, as it happens. That's not the injury. You think we're going to get another one? Discuss making a fast decision. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. We are probably going to get another... There you go. Injured Moser out of Champions League final. I think that this is still the injury, but we will see. I will just dump a random friendly in there, so we keep match sharpness up. But I believe... Because we have to. But of the 3 houses we looked at last week, it was the one. Board update is just them saying they're holding off and giving you money until the Champions League final, basically. Pretty much. But, yeah, of the 3 places we looked at, it was the one we liked the most. It's also the most expensive, but it works out weirdly cheaper anyway because it's closer to Cambridge, and thus no train... the train fares on a monthly basis for POG would offset the cost of the additional rent, basically. And it has its own, and it has a washing machine included, which is actually quite rare these days. Not with not with the previous owner's gas bill. Fucking hell. I really hope that it's decently energy efficient, so there's no way that it should be as expensive as that. Living in it for 30 games, maybe 30 streams, maybe. I'll have to ask. Cameron with the dub, Sweetie with the dub, Birkikara lose at home to Balsan Youth. Balsan might still stay up here, you know, chat. They got a red card and still won away at Birkikara, which has just cost Birkikara Europe, by the way. But Balsan might still manage it. But the more important thing is Sweetie have just confirmed Champions League for themselves, and unless Sleema do something mad against Goodyear on the last day, we should be okay. God, Sagi Vass was still at good... I totally forgot about him. 68 caps in the end. Seems like he's developed quite nicely. Gozo clubs are in it, but they're not in the main Maltese pyramid because that's not how it works in real life. The only club in, I believe from next year, there's going to be a team in, and I believe it's these guys here, Victoria Hotspurs, who have absolutely dominated Gozo. How many points is that? They're 27 points clear. That's insane. Sorry, when I say next year, I meant next year from FM. Like, in terms of the game cycles and whatnot. I know that this is technically next year now. There's a guy here called Lebogang Mini. They literally have the same number of points gap as those games played. That has to be a record, right? Or is there no records for this? Ah, god damn it, man. If only Hadrian knew what he knew now. Because he's found a way to fix the records on those tournaments that we make. I love that the top 3 goal scorers are all from those guys. Yeah, Hadrian's figured out a way to fix the records and stuff. So if we do more of those videos, like the random tournament ones I've made, the record stuff is now fixed as well, which is going to be awesome for some of the things we've got coming up. Because there's FM Wave as well, chat. Don't forget that. And the cool stuff we can build off the back of that. Yeah, so with FM, if you don't add a record, it then just doesn't set any at all. Because of course not. Just add like one random record and it... Just what a dumb system, man. Right. So that doesn't really matter what happens in that final. I mean, it'd be nice to win it because hopefully it boosts the reputation of the cup. I wonder if the reputation of the cup thing was actually like a cheeky little back door to getting loads of extra rep for the other Maltese, for the other Hungarian sides last season. Because when we started throwing it to them, I think they would have been probably getting a nice little rep boost from it. There it is. I think he'll probably be back for the final, in fairness, and he isn't actually a starter, but that is one injury. But I don't think it's the injury. Who do you reckon gets the injury that you always get when you get to a Champions League final? Wait. Injured Carlos Vieira? Wait, what? Wait, did he just... Oh, that's fine. He'll be fine. If it's Reynoso, we are in trouble because that means that Sergiu Tabakaru would have to play up front for us in a Champions League final. Who, great player, shouldn't be at the club currently, but goalkeeper. That would also kind of suck, but I would still fancy our chances with Latchrak in goal. Javier. Javier wouldn't be in the squad because it's Champions League. He'd have to be registered. Why did I decide to do this? Because I like building a nation, and I really wanted to do one that was really, really far down the rankings, and Malta was the one that just appealed to me the most out of the teams that were sort of in the conversation for that. It was either Malta, Estonia, or Georgia that we were going to do, and I just in the end decided that if I was going to go to actually one of these countries to visit as part of the save, then I would rather go to Malta. I would like to go to those other countries too, but Malta was really nice. And also, we'd already picked the team that we were going to do at that point. Admittedly, not the team we ended up doing due to Twitch being weird. But at the time, the plan was to do Nashar Lions. Got to make sure Silver Salamander's still fit. I thought we were complaining again. And I should stress, Malta is a slog. You really do have to... It takes such a long time. I mean, I know people have got it to number 1, but we're talking like people that have gone like 50 years more than me. Oh, why did you decide to make the live decisions? Oh, that's a... Just in general, yeah. Why did you decide to start streaming? Why did you decide to be alive? Because I like it. And it's alright. You know, and I've got myself a pog. There it is! Actually, he'll probably be back as well. I still don't think that's the one. Although we now have 3 first-teamers currently out. Thoughts on Xfinity? I must admit, these, like, same with the truck race. It's just... The dump and run thing is just getting a bit old now, particularly when it feels like, particularly with the truck race one. Just, yeah, it just seems like that's the only way they'll win races now, and it's like, is that really good watch? Really? I mean, it'll make next week's race interesting when inevitably, Christ, who was it? Was it Colcuster or was that, no, it was Xfinity. It was it Christian Eckes in the truck race? Increase prize money. You can do that in the pre-game editor. What skin do I use? Saz24. If you do !skin in chat, you'll get a link to it. Loves a hard transfer. Oh, yes. When Johnny Card found the one he wanted to 2 foot. Let's see. A bit of that. Do something you love. Well, indeed. In it. But yeah, League Pro... Oh, sorry. I thought you meant, like, how in, like, pre-game editor. Attacking Retta right now. I don't know. Oh, actually, no, I do know. Sorry. The 2 things that I would consider meta as far as instructions are run at defense and dribble more often on all your players, or as many as you can, and invite crosses. Those are the only 2 things that I would say are truly meta, and that you will, no matter what tactic you're playing, having those things switched on will improve results, as far as I'm concerned. No, that's the thing. And the truck race last year, the finale of the trucks last year was an absolute joke. So I dread to think what they're cooking up this year. Horrifying. Yeah, that and also doing things like crossing to the target forward but then not playing one. We found that works quite nicely because it puts it into the space where the target forward would be. What if Pineda's willing to be a non-silly Billy these days? Oh, he's come down a little bit now. Still wants 200 grand a week, but at least we're starting to get into the realms of, like, not horrendous. I use Get Stuck In a lot, but as far as I've seen from the tests that have been shown, you can still work without it, but you need to do a lot of other stuff. But those are the only things I would say that are, like, imperative in your tactic. Crossing, there isn't really like a... I mean, you can have cross more often, I suppose, but I don't really know what that's going to do per se. These guys are all shortlisted, so we'll leave those out for the moment. So are you, actually. Wow, have I just shortlisted every player in Europe? Ooh, cheap Russian guy. He could be good. Because the rest of these look a little bit mid. I think a lot of these are like next-gen players that have just not worked out. Baz Hupp is good, though, and Nikolai Gunst is a great name. Get a lot more penalties. Yes. But at least you're winning the penalties in the first place, right? None of the finish in the Phoenix. Maybe, yeah. Don't call me Percy. Baz Hupp is a great... Oh, yeah, look at this guy. Hello, future Maltese international. The one downside about these guys is you can't put future international caps in their contracts. It literally... Bloody hell. It, like, legitimately will not let you do it. So we'll get him in. The rest of these guys, I think, unless there's any, like, crazy cheap, but they're not particularly cheap. Is this the random song, Basil? God, it's 3 minutes of it as well. Buckle up, chat. Youngster, perfect. See, like, you... Oh, no, you can put... Yeah, sorry, you can put loan move in, but you can't put, There's nothing... You're not allowed to put international wage clauses in Russian players' contracts. Which is silly, because it's like, you're just going to declare for Malta anyway. Yeah, suddenly the volleys are... You're getting it good, guys, trust me. For once on the music side of things, you're very much not missing anything. This is giving... jamming in the 70s when you're on ayahuasca. Oh, we're in San Siro. Cool. Right, last day in Malta as well. It's Balsan versus Gudja. Oh, God. So we kind of want Balsan to win, but also hope that Slima don't win. Right. Netflix movie set in the... Yeah, I know what you mean. Arla Saints. I don't know. Yes, they are. Gosselton second tier. With their wonderful team made up of all sorts of different nationalities. But yes, they are. They appear to have been... Let's have a look. Can we see their record at least? You can't even see their league history, which is annoying considering the league literally has a league history. But we can't see how they've been in it. Let's see if they've ever won it. Yep, they've won a couple of second tier titles. So they've been in the top flight a few times. Of Gozo, anyway. Harold. Pope, these are all song requests. That one's gone through. Yeah, they're all in. They're just not playable. Wow. Arb were not having it. Is that Arb Rangers? Yeah. Not having a great time. Big leagues elsewhere? No, because the other leagues aren't switched on, which means that they're pretty much as boring as anything could possibly be. However, we will see a lot more variation when we do the looking forward, because that's going to have... I'll switch a load of leagues back on for that, basically. I might just rotate for this one a little bit. Oh, Sergio Tabakaru. Why not, eh? Give him a lesser spotted run out in this game against Tarshin. There's a lot to be decided in this game. Wait, this is a live song as well? Okay, we're back now. I think the worst case scenario here is that Balzan get relegated and Slima get in the Champions League. The best case scenario is that Balzan don't get relegated and Gudja get in the Champions League. So given how FM's been today, look out for the first one. Fun to do a Building a Nation with. I don't know. I'm not planning on it, but I don't know, because I don't know what leagues are going to be in the game for a start. And I don't know how their coefficient system's going to work or what that's all about, because there's less European competitions, isn't there? So Gudja wins. So that means Balsan are relegated. Slima do actually win in the end. So it's just as fucking well that Gudja got the dub. Because otherwise Slima would have been in the Champions League. Croatia, I simply don't know, because we have no idea which leagues are going to be switched on for the women's ones yet. Yeah, Balzan gone is not great. Who won the cup? I think it was us, right? We beat Hamrin in the final. This does not fill me with confidence. Hibernians, Zabar, and Slima at the expense of Birkikara, Tarshin. Like, Tarshin, 6th best squad in the league. Birkikara, 5th best squad in the league. Slima, 9th, 8th, and 7th. Basically, we're missing the 5th and 6th best teams. Because these guys are much, much better than everybody else. Their squad strength is huge, comparatively speaking. Look at the differences in the odds as well. Because this is basically based on CA, current ability of your squad on average. Credit to your assistant? No. The only way the assistant gets the credit is if you were to do the thing where you holiday through the game. Didn't you? Wait, that one failed? I swear the most recent one didn't fail. Oh, if it did, I'm so sorry. I swear the one earlier failed. I definitely rejected that, though. I definitely clicked the X button on it, I thought. I don't know what to do about that. Not much I really can do about that, unfortunately. But yeah, so we're in a bit of trouble with the league in Europe next year. I'll give you a free one, yeah. I'll give you a free one. Tell me what's he typed on. Right, so now we get a little rest. This is where we get the injury. So it's controlling the failed. Imagine. You? No. Never. Wait, Venuto won Rookie of the Year in the second tier. How is Pro actually cooking? Oh, he played a lot of games. Zaruk has won some stuff. Rocco has won things too. In fact, he's won several awards here. Babasi wins Player of the Year. Wow, really? Good lord, Babasi does do this sometimes, right? 15 appearances, 13 clean sheets. 1 year he played 14 games in the league and we kept 14 clean sheets. Babasi just doesn't concede goals, does he? Steals channel points from viewer. I know. I steal from the rich to give to me. Because as Ben said on the raid on Thursday, all content creators in the FM scene are multimillionaires. It's true. This is actually a 7-bedroom mansion I'm buying, chat. I don't know if you're aware of that. 23 goals is actually a pretty high score. But basically manager of the next band. I don't think he's quite got the clout with chat that Vidazinia does. Really. I think he'd have to really do something. Evicting the children. No. I'm not evicting the children. I am hand murdering them. Why would I evict them when I could simply end their lives? Roy for OTI, I think, is a very good shout. Yeah. Imagine installments. No installments. Up front, mate. Cash buyer. House to be a double strap. I don't know how I'd even really do that. Wait, you're 31? I really have been trying to sell this guy for a while, to be fair. So I can just do the whole... Right, cool. Now we can at least sell him. But although, admittedly, his value will now be half. Okay, it will be the next time we look, though. Oh. It's definitely an outward one, yeah. Eric Bartos. I mean, give me a chance. I tell you what, chat, right? Oh, wow, hang on. Wait, you're really going to give me £20 million for him? What did I pay for Benjamin Aguirre, by the way? 7. All right. Consider it done, lads. We could add a couple of favourite players as Patreon regions, I suppose. We could have them as Patreon. We could always add them as managers. Potentially. First in every category. Oldest player in the team. It's Uri Lahovey. Luckily, he's got 4 years left on his contract, and I put a 3-year extension on his contract. Yeah, the problem with Patreon managers is that they were unlikely to be picked up and might end up just retiring. So players 28 or above. Good for you. You're wasting the best years of their careers by not having them at your team. But each to their own, right? You're essentially basically going, hey, you're in your prime. Let me just sell you. Let me lose the best years of your career. What I'm going to say, chat, is I'll make Bartos the manager if he ever gets 5-star potential again. I suspect it's only going to get further and further down, isn't it? Oh, dear. Andre Hazes. I don't know who that is, which suggests he shouldn't be playing in a way, I must admit. Right. Oh, Frank. You're a backup. And our goalkeeper's not needed any backing up. But I can just tell you this. Don't take the easy way out by saying, oh, arrange a loan. All right, fine. Oh, is that what this is? Well, the young one. Weird, but no. But honestly, younger players are not going to be as good as older players, generally speaking. In terms of the actual quality. Or the actual players in it. As in the database file. The database file isn't adding players, it's only adding the structure, essentially. It's just, yeah. But, yeah. I mean, you're just going to not... I like signing the young players as well, because they develop into those players, but I don't just sell them the moment they get good, because then you lose the possibility of actually having them through their prime. I will sell players when they turn like 32, 31, because you can still get generally big money by that point, but you know they're about to start heading down the other side of the hill, essentially. Can I devlist him, then? I mean, I can't, but I can. We'll just use this to devlist him. See if it works. Yeah, then it's to the glue factory. It's worked out perfectly. Yeah, occasionally I will hold on to a guy. Like, for example, Uri Lahovi. Like, to give you an idea, Lahovi is 34 now, and is he losing some of his physicals slightly? Yes, but he's still an absolutely monstrous player to have around the club, and is a perfectly capable backup. You can see, like, his agility has been drifting off a little bit over the last few years. If I just isolate his physical attributes, fuck's sake. You can see that he's been losing mostly his agility, a few other things like his stamina, but it's not too bad. And he's also going to play forever anyway. So I want to see how long he goes for, honestly. 31, 32 is around about that sort of point. It depends on their contract status for the most part. Not this again. Most of them retiring at 35. Yeah, exactly. So if you sell them at 32, you get loads of money and you don't waste their primes by giving them to another club. Yeah, well, he just needs to kind of get over it, innit? Yeah, their natural fitness will dictate their retirement age. If they have high natural fitness, they'll generally retire later. If they have low natural fitness, they will often retire earlier. About my tendency, oh yeah, we actually looked at this the other stream. It's got some, hang on, let me just get through these notifications. Still wait for this injury to come, because these guys are going to be back for the most part. Oh, good, here we go. This random nonsense. So I just told him he could go. Cool. It's one of those meetings that upsets your squad harmony, even though you don't get to do the meeting. What was I looking up? Tendencies. From the food shop, yes. Perfect timing, in fact. So, let me move to the left, actually, so you can see better. The decline rate. I think it determines at which point they start to decline. I think so, you're right. Yeah, so I think the way it works is that once they hit a certain point of decline, that's when they start to, like, want to retire, which is why Padilla retired fairly young. I think retired at 34, did Padilla? Because he didn't have very good natural fitness either. Whereas Lahovi has quite good natural fitness, and he specifically has that trait that I'd never seen before about wanting to play for as long as possible. In addition, when I offered him that new contract, I got this news article saying Lahovi wants to finish career at Sirens, which is just kind of a cool one. But yeah, those are all the tendencies I have currently. Most of them mean the exact same thing. Yeah, I have a tendency of leading teams to title wins, which is why we wanted to see if there was an opposite, which was tends not to lead teams to title wins. Media handling, it shouldn't be as high as it is, really, should it? Well, goalkeepers as well, they often skew older in general. But usually you can just kind of assume that the higher their natural fitness, the later their retirement age is going to be. The Aaron Walker thing was so weird, because he didn't have that high natural fitness, did he? But he just kept not retiring, and I wasn't touching his retirement. I don't think you can even do that, right? Oh, injury to the goalkeeper, injury to him, but these are all, again... Oh my god, again? I'll give you the playing time. I made this promise last time. Goalkeepers are best. Yeah, I'd say so. It depends. Like, if they've got the right attribute... Basically, the way I look at it with the goalkeepers is they've got the prerequisites already, like the aerial, command of area, communication, or whatever it's called. Command of area, aerial reach, reflexes, and one-on-ones. If they've got that, then great. But then as they get older, they'll develop all the mental attributes around it, and they'll become more consistent. They'll become just better in general. Wow. Paul Perry's actually got 10 goals in the Europa League this season for Tarshin. It's like, how is this guy not going to be in Europe next year? He's going to end up coming back as well. Sam LCP, thank you for the follow. Oldest player in the database. I think it'll probably be... They won't be that old either, I would imagine. You leave Roy Hodgson alone. How dare you slander that lovely owl in my presence. Flipperoo, great name. Thank you for the follow. Oldest player in the database currently is 39, and he is retiring. It's this guy, Michael Reyes, who actually plays in Gozo by the looks of things. For Sanat's under 23s when he's 16 years older than that. So yeah, 39-year-old goalkeeper. This guy here isn't even retiring. Look at him go. There's Bonga Mathewa as well. But shout out to Przemysław Wukczak. Hang on, let me try it again. Przemysław Wukczak. 38-year-old goalkeeper playing for Stomil. Good guy. I've got to use the same words like Przemysław. Most appearances. The stats will be all broken. The game doesn't track appearance numbers properly at all, unfortunately. It it's one of the problems we have with the Patreon regions is that it would track like some league appearances and then it would say the overall appearances would be the same as the league appearances when you could clearly see they're played in cup competitions. It's totally broken, which is disappointing. And they would really like them to fix the stat tracking in a game that is all about stats. What? Oh, it's because he's got important player. Let's just see if we can... There you go, problem solved. I think that went... I don't know what actually happened there because the game crashed out on me. So I don't know what I've just agreed to. Oh, welcome in, Sam. Thank you for joining us. That's awesome. I promise there will be more YouTube content soon. It's just with the way things are with me moving, it's been very difficult to find time to make content. But I will be. It's just something about a leader, but he did agree with me, right? He liked being called a leader. He's like, lead me, daddy. Right. Costa to win the Ballon d'Or. Oh, no, not Chelsea again. Reynoso at some point. Maybe. But not yet. Like, Reynoso is the kind of player that we might look at the end of next season as a potential move on. He'll be 31. Moser will be ready by then, I think, to take over. But I want to see what Moser's big game mentality is. We can't see it till he's 22. So we'll really have to decide midway through next season on that. That'll really make a huge difference. But until we can see that information, Reynoso's still him, right? We did that. Did that. Yeah, until Moser is capable of actually scoring a penalty. Oh, do you know, we actually haven't had the injury yet, you know? I'm starting to get a bit perturbed here, chat. Peters actually has had a wonderful season. He's probably not going to... He's still not going to beat Vida's record, which is annoying because I actually thought he was going to at one point, but a few injuries have really sort of scuppered that a little bit. But 22 is definitely the most assists we've had for a while out of a player. Reynoso is about as clutch as they come. And I'm waiting to see if Moser has that ability in his locker. Wow, no injuries in that game. Chat, are we actually going to have a fully available squad other than Moser for the final? And apparently those 3 players that are on loan... Sorry, 6 players on international duty there. It's an odd year as well. Is not to attract any players that are good enough the ones I already have. Yes. That is usually a sign that you've not invested in youth enough. Because if you're trying to sign first team all the time, you're not going to be developing any players, and as a result, it can stagnate, which is why I always just try and focus on youth no matter what, and then sign as and when on the others if I can. Moser's not 22. He's not till 20. He's not 22 until February. Where's this injury? Yeah, Herculano being injured is fine because he's out on loan. What are we listening to here? Arankai. Okay, don't hate it. Yeah, have we... What is our record against Barca? When was the last time we played them? Was it the final? Oh no, that's Benfica. Matt. Try it again. He's 21 until he's 22, true. Oh no, we played them in the semi-finals. We did struggle against them a bit last time round, but our record against Barca is pretty good. And also remember, Iberian Club, Champions League final, us. Pick up loads of licenses. I know. But it's not just as simple as getting the licenses, even if they were cheap, because there's a lot of research that has to be done and a lot of like things that have to be signed off to actually implement that stuff into the game, working with all these different license holders. I imagine FM's license department is actually like rushed off their feet with that kind of stuff, so it's not quite as simple as that. Wish that it were. Over Balde's future. Who is Balde? Is that a goalkeeper? Is it going to let me click on him? Well, he's not going to really cost much money, is he? Also not interested. Where are you looking to sign players from? Because I had this exact issue in the Republic of Ireland with Treaty United, where for some reason players that should want to sign for me weren't. At this stage in their career was the thing I always used to get. It was a bug in my save, basically. Because I made another version of the save later on in the cycle, and then it was absolutely fine. Remarkable improvement, really. Hang on, is he 4 stars now? Jesus, that little run in the team has really helped. Do you reckon we could get late developer out of Hans Zimmer? I don't mind it. It's a bit of both though. No, it's a bit of both. Oh. Oh, Pog and I watch this channel called Sorted Food. They just like do cookery stuff basically, and we have our own version of For My Sins Corner, which is whenever they're doing any kind of cooking, we call it Umami Corner, which is basically predicting when Ben from Sorted Food is going to use the word umami. Basically, that's our own version of For My Sins Corner. They were testing Marmite the other day in a video we were watching, and well, that came out a lot. I think Zimmer might actually be the kind of guy that could be primed for a late developer. He's one to keep an eye on. Now that he's got a bit of extra football. Orange. Cool. Right, 2 days to Barca. Still no major injuries. Yeah, I really like him too. Especially like Gadget review. Wait, is my 1300th game is the Champions League final? I'm much for cliches to Ramble. Ramble for me is just like, if Marcus is on, I'm interested. Just because I like Marcus. But other than that, if it's Luke and Pete, I'm just like, nope, off we go. I have zero interest in it anymore most of the time. Just because it's, I don't know. Oh, because of Malta, of course, yeah. Safe Waters, thank you for the follow. Team meeting, we're not doing those.
Very soon. They are building it now.
Yeah. Bukaki Corner. What could possibly happen there? Poiré draws interest from Sweetie United. Braga left back, Alexandre Poiré. Okay, I like where they're shopping. I rate that from them. Is he actually not going to give us a major... I guess we could argue that the injury was... Unsure big club Northern Ireland bigger in Europe. Yeah, you should still be able to... Which... did you tell me what leagues you have... Which leagues are you trying to sign from? Weber after Cape. Yeah, it's like... Because I had nothing against... I do miss Jules Breach, though. I thought she actually brought a really nice sort of vibe to the show, and I do kind of miss her being on it. I couldn't stand Kate Mason, but Jules Breach was great. It's just... Yeah. I just think that they're also... They're essentially the exact thing that they used to not be, right? When I started listening to The Ramble in like 2014 or 2013 or whatever it was, 2013 I think, it was a podcast that was the antithesis of modern football media, whereas now football media has shifted slightly and now they just sound like everybody else. They're very snooty, incredibly snooty, which is ironic because that's the exact basically, they're almost like... It's hard to explain. Like, the way they shit on English managers in a way that's like, you know how it's like kind of trendy to be like, oh, you know, Sean Dyche this, Sean Dyche that, right? But it's actually like almost the opposite of that, where it's impossible for them to give them any credit when anyone does like that, anything, because they're not some foreign manager. And it's like, foreign managers are great, but like, can't you just have a balance? You know? Basically, just listen to Sweeper. Exactly. Yes, just listen to Sweeper. Totally different type of podcast, really, but still brilliant. We'll continue to bang the drum of a Sweeper. It's great. Lower leagues, yeah, Africa and South America are your best bet, but I don't know whether they'd be willing to move to Northern Ireland. That's the problem you've got. And I had this exact same problem with Treaty United in Republic of Ireland. Best of ever released. The most recent one, for me, anyway. But I know that's a controversial opinion. Or it was the last time I said it, anyway. Right. We got everyone? Reynoso, Hajaro, and Pereira, Otavio, Kravitz, Babasi, Peters, Guzmanson, Chosen One, Vieira, Bjork, Sultan. Okay, cool. That should be fine. Just giving Babasi those couple of games has got his fitness back up. Got 21 assists as well. Yeah, always have a little look in North Macedonia. Could only offer 1 year. Really? Isn't that usually based more on the finances than it is on the country you're managing in? I might be wrong about that. Spurs Villa. I think it's going to be a banger. Is that the 2 o'clock kickoff? Superb. Good. Yeah, I think it's a kind of... Basically, they at times act like the exact opposite of that kind of Luddited Little Englander view that they always sort of always ridicule, right? But then they are essentially just doing the exact opposite of that, which is just as stupid, basically. Do you know what I mean? They sort of provide that kind of opposite to the people that are like, oh, I need an English manager for an English club type and stuff. That's completely irrelevant. But they sort of act in the exact polar opposite of that, which is also ridiculous. You know? It's irrelevant. Are they good at their job? That's what matters. Force the players in your team. How do you mean? Like, we are the best team in Europe right now. So there's no reason to... They have no reason to leave, right? With 4 Champions Leagues in 6 years, for the most part, they don't want to leave. And when they do, most of the time, I have a longer memory than they do, right? So I'm willing to outweight them a lot of the time. They have long contracts. I'm not afraid to annoy them if they do start acting up a little bit. Oh, this is an interesting tactic. I like that Barcelona's front 3 is all English. And then Pablo there too. That's kind of cool, actually. I'm worried about this because this system is not one we come up against very often. But we move. Champions League final, baby. Let's go. This is our 7th Champions League final to save. Our club reputation is the highest rep in Europe. There is no club in Europe that has a higher reputation than Sirens. We also have the highest coefficient, not that that matters as far as like players wanting to join you in that, but we have the highest rep in Europe. We as a result of last year's Champions League win, we got above Man United and Man City, who were the 2 before. Presumably just because they didn't win it and we did, so we probably smacked out at 10,000 rep at that point. Ever stop doing facing the game? I would like to think so, or at least give me the option to turn them off, but I don't believe they will, no. Yeah, they've got the Peugeot in the midfield. So he might break down mid-game. They've also got John Rodriguez in midfield, who I sold to them for £47 million. Yeah, Xavi's still there. You get a lot less variation in these kind of saves because with the other leagues not being switched on, most of the time the big managers stay at the big clubs unless they get international jobs. That's one of the downsides of not having them switched on, but it's a small price to pay. And Woolaway, of course, yeah. Right. Come on, Pereira. That keeper is very much on your... Oh, he's gone for a cheeky little one here. We lead. He's actually passed it to Reynoso. Again, big game player. Gonzalo Reynoso. Barca 0, Sirens 1. I thought the fact that he doesn't shoot is great because you can see how far the goalkeeper is over to this side. And Pereira's just picked him out. Defenders made an absolute mess of that. What a finish from Reynoso, though. It's just, yeah, Matty Side with his 1 set pieces is making it happen. Early lead. Oh, delightful. And this is why Reynoso is just better. He just does things. Like Moser may have nearly 30 goals this season. 23 of those are in the league against like other Maltese sides. He's not doing it against the big teams in Europe, even when he was put in those games. He still hasn't got that level yet, Peters. Oh. Reynoso, I don't remember off the top of my head. I'll show you in a minute. If I had to guess, it was around 1.2 million, maybe 2.5. Okay, it was actually 4.9. As much as that. So I did pay a little bit more, but when I saw him, the reason I signed him and was willing to spend that money immediately at the time as well was because his physicals for his age were so above and beyond anything I'd seen for a player at that level. Oh my God, they've just... Go on, Peters. Oh, it's done. Barca 0, Sirens 2. Mohamed Peters with his 8th goal of the season. If anything, he should win the bloody Ballon d'Or. 23 assists and 8 goals. Basically, I'd come to the conclusion that we got some good strikers that had good technique and, good technicals and great physicals. Great mentals, but they were lacking the physicality to really succeed at the elite level. So I started focusing on finding guys who already had the physicals and I could train them to be good at the technical side of things, which is what we did with Reynoso. He was good, don't get me wrong, but he had the elite physicals already. Instead of being hidden. No, you can't change that after the save starts. That's the... There's a tick box at the beginning that says disable attribute masking. If you have that ticked, you have to have that ticked, basically. Reset. Barcelona are cooked. Cooked, washed up, dried, put back in the cupboard. Eric Bartosolona, yeah. What a dreadful game. We've just rocked up, been better, refused to elaborate, won the Champions League. Oh, 2 half-time subs as well. Hajara was not having the best game. This will also be Kravitz's first chance to lift the trophy, if we win this. His first season as captain of the club. Immediately comes in with a dub. I'm being awfully confident considering it's only 2-0 and this is FM, but I don't know. I feel pretty confident in this team right now. When will we know? That'll be the end of next season. So the way that the first indication that it's going to happen usually is after the end of next season. You know, you get those news articles that are like player linked with Man United in X amount of money, pound move, or a deal worth up to Y amount, right? Oh, go on, 3-0. Kill him off. Oh, what a save. The first indication is usually you'll get one of those reports and the number on it will be much lower than you're expecting. That's how I've noticed it going up and down both ways. So basically, it'll be around May, early June next season is when we'll notice it, if it's happened. Pretty much. It'll randomly... No, it probably won't even say 30 million. It'll probably say more like 9. That's usually how I noticed. Yeah, and they'll be linked with... All of a sudden, you'll have loads of players being linked. Because all their values will suddenly be tiny, which means they'll suddenly be a viable signing for all those clubs all of a sudden, which they wouldn't have been before. I can't take Kravitz off because he's the cap. Do you know what? I will, actually. I'm going to take him off because that means Babasi gets to lift the trophy. Am I mean? Yes. Yes, I am. I think he will still lift the trophy, actually. Well, that happened because FM is broken. And unfortunately, it doesn't know how to handle... value increases in smaller leagues. So every 10 years in my save so far, it has randomly reset all of our values back down to being basically worthless. Oh yeah, sorry. So what happens, according to SI, it doesn't happen. If you're using a custom database, even if you're not. Basically, a lot of custom databases use custom reputation versus transfer fees to allocate those values. But even in normal databases, just F24. It does happen in F23. Because it happened with MTK, but you'll notice it manifests differently in FM23. In FM23, what happens is that the value just never goes up. It stays way too low for way too long. However, I suspect if you were using a custom lookup database with reputations tied to transfer values, it might well happen there as well. Champions League, by the way, chat. We have just won the Champions League. Did Barcelona even have a highlight in this game that we saw? Other than... So this is number 5, and it's also 5 in 7 years. And back-to-back as well. We did. It was just another Champions League there. I love how a Champions League for us now is just like, yep, and what? Oh, yeah, you're right. They did that one that went over the bar, didn't they? Yeah. I do wonder, Hadrian, if we'd used the same kind of setup in this save as we did in F23, whether it would happen there as well, though, because I did hear a lot of complaints about it. But yeah, as you say, the stupid thing is this one. We used their own mechanic was to set the values. Right. 17 million for that. One of the best ever. Does that mean I finally hit the Hall of Fame? Yes, there we go. Got above Dejan Stankovic, Jose Mourinho, and Tommy Tukes. Still nowhere near, well, me, the manager of the last save, me, and Pep, who is uncatchable. Slimer Wanderers came 4th. Sorry, 5th in the end, luckily. Wow, that is a lot of money. Holy shit. Admittedly, we owe the team more money than we made there, which is fine. Still made a shitload of money. We've actually still made I broke our transfer record by £30 million this season, and we've still made a £67 million profit. It's almost impossible for us to not make money right now. And that Warrington guy, indeed, yeah. Lovely. It's almost perfect timing, chat. I can't progress any further because I'd have to do the loan extensions, which obviously I will do off stream, and I need to do the recap video for Tuesday's stream, and football's about to start. Yeah, I always do high bonuses on the Continental one. If you've got the money available, then I would give that a go. And never do low ones because they will kick off about it, I find anyway. Right, who's online this afternoon? Wow. Where is everybody? Let's do Bossy. I feel like we have rated Bossy before, but it's been like a while, I would say. So yes, I will be back on Tuesday with a new stream, obviously. Transfer window and all that jazz. Lovely old job. Probably a bigger update on the house by then. I would have thought by Tuesday's stream I'll be able to tell you whether or not we are moving into this house. I'd like to think we're 99% going to be, but I feel like we'll have it completely confirmed on Tuesday, and then we can kind of work on going forward from there as to what that means for streams. Because remember, the following Tuesday, there won't be a stream because I've got a very cool thing I'm doing. So yeah, I'll see you guys very, very soon. Enjoy the football, enjoy the F1, enjoy the rest of your day. I have a new jumper.